Hey there, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for putting in the wows in at wow time, and wow, thank you for being here. Did you know they had a little mini airplane museum up at the top of the roof here at Stuttgart Airport? I bet that'd be cool to check out. Let's go flying. Hi there, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. And happy Sunday to you. Thanks for coming in. I hope you're all recovered from what was almost a 9-hour session of flying yesterday, but we had some really, really good VATSIM events. And again, 3 cheers to the organizers over on the VATSIM event over at Cross the Ditch. Seriously, they did such a good job on that event, and it was so much fun. Also, LA Live was a good VATSIM event too. We're in another one. We've done some parts of this before. We've been out of Stuttgart. Just doing a quick run down to Hamburg today. And then we'll there's an event out of Seattle. I think we all just purchased the Seattle Payware Airport that just came out, so maybe we'll do the Seattle event too. Did notice a big line of thunderstorms going through central parts of Texas today, and so we might go and take our sim airplanes through Texas. As always, if there's thunderstorms in your neighborhood, please protect your PC. And all. Fly Guy TPA, welcome aboard. Black Dog's here. J-Dubs, welcome aboard. T-Bird is here with some very nice blue and yellow flags. Let's see, I saw Loviz is here. Loviz is already at the gate. Amargosa, welcome aboard. T-Bird, again, thank you for always putting in the fun emotes at exactly the right time that they're needed. Welcome aboard, Wesley. Thank you for stopping by. Flash Duck is back too, and so is Smokey Dave. And Black Dog even included a couple of those really nice Air Berlin chocolate hearts. So thank you for coming in. T-Bird has 3 million spy miles, really? Gosh, wow. Can't believe that it's been going on long enough for there to be 3 billion spy miles, but that just blows me away. T-Bird, thank you again for the incredible support and the really big support that you always do. But also, you know, just sometimes that silly little guy smile emote is the best thing in the world. Tim J, welcome aboard. Guten Abend, and thank you for coming by. We are in Stuttgart, running down to Hamburg. Loviz says that there is full VATSIM ATC on this flight, and so we'll be ready for a little bit of that. And let's come on. I don't remember how we actually do that, Tim J, how you check miles and stuff like that. We made some changes here. So, oh, it's Twitch currency. That's how it is. Thank you. Danny VDW, welcome aboard. Beer cheers. Thanks for coming in today. Tim J says, look just below the chat window, and you should be able to do it that way. Yeah, I think so. So, like on a chat window, the Twitch chat window, that's where I think you check it. So, like, I've got a gazillion miles over, like, on the Similair live stream and stuff like that. So, that's where I think you do it. I don't know what you do with those sorts of things. I'm just a silly pilot. But anyway, welcome on in. Thank you for coming in. I've got one of my favorite liveries of an airline that I've never been on and will never get to be on, but I just kind of like the paint on this one. It's also got kind of a groovy little spy vibe that's really nice too. Got everything loaded in here. If you're flying the Phoenix, of course, in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2025, JSG Droid discovered the best thing to do, start your flight by hitting cold and dark and making that one work. That's important to do for the first one for sure. Hi, Hydrospace. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by. And oh, by the way, if you're joining over on YouTube, thank you for joining me on YouTube. Just getting started on the YouTube stuff, and there's a lot to learn there. Astro Singularity. Yeah, and Dogs did this. I think T-Bird said this in chat. Today is also a holiday. At least in the U.S., I think it's a worldwide holiday. And that is Happy Father's Day. Pratt PT says hydrate and spy flight. Pratt PT, I do kind of like the airline. It's got a groovy little, it's got a nice little vibe that I like. And I don't know what the real Air Berlin was like and all, but it just, you know, it's got a Berlin spy vibe that I kind of like. So just, you know, and, you know, the logo on the side there is actually kind of cool too. And plus, you know, in a world that's less and less nice every day, they gave away little chocolate hearts. They gave away little chocolate hearts from Switzerland. And that's just, you know, very, very nice. Tim J says it's Father's Day in France and the U.S., but not in Switzerland. Oh, really? Well, we're still going to enjoy some Swiss chocolate. How's that sound? Okay, I got a jetway in place. I got the flight plan in place. Let's do power and let's go and do the flight. And see what else gets in the way. Going to try an experiment tomorrow. We do have vectors to Copenhagen, and maybe after vectors to Copenhagen, we'll look and see if there's a little ATC. But after the second flight, or maybe after the first, we'll just kind of play it by ear. and see what's going on. I was going to go and do a major switch here. I've only played another game online like once or twice before. It was a disaster, and this probably will be. But for last little bit of the Friday, the Monday live stream, which is my Friday, I was going to play a little bit of Metro Exodus 2033 redo, whatever, Redux. But just a little bit of that. It's just a little, let's just chill out for a little bit and go and do that. Pratt PT says to hydrate. Thanks, Pratt PT. And we'll also do a spy hat and posture check too. Fly Guy does like milk. Yeah, it really looked, you here in the United States, we can get a form of Lind chocolate. And it's probably made here, and people have told me that the Lind chocolate here in the U.S. is a little bit different than what it is in Europe. But you can get it's a big long stick. It's not a chocolate heart or anything like that, but it's kind of nice. So Tim J says Mother's Day is on the same day in Switzerland and the U.S. versus it is a different day on France. Well, differences are good sometimes too, I guess, and they probably do it for very good reasons. I don't know. Wouldn't pretend to know that. I'm over in the AOC system here. We are also in Germany right now. That means we can do a CPDLC departure clearance. So we'll go ahead and get ready to do ATC request, pre-departure clearance, Stuttgart to Hamburg, Berlin 441. I am at gate, I think I'm at gate 10. Yeah, I think I'm at gate 10. So let's see, that comes over here. Gate number 10. Okay, let's see. Stuttgart, EDDS, Information Oscar, EDDS, and that looks good there. And then I always try, because I don't butcher the spelling. And just a really nice message back to the controller. Just a nice thing. And let's hit send. It is sent. Let's come back over here. Let's go to received. We should have pre-departure clearance. And that looks really good. So we'll see if we get one back. Let's see. Over here, let's do an init request down here. So there is a little bit of news in the flight sim world. Not bad. And our friends at Bluebird. I went to the grocery store today, and I walked past the ice cream counter, and I'm trying to stay away from ice cream and stuff like that. So, but I did notice Bluebell ice cream, which is kind of a big deal, I guess, in Texas, and they have a little bit of that up here. And I saw the Bluebell, and I thought, wouldn't today be a great day for the people from Bluebird to release a video, and I'd screw up and call it Bluebell. And that was like 3 hours today before Bluebird released a video about 757. Beer Flight 441. If anything, I'm pathetically predictable, I guess. But anyway, Bluebird has released a fairly lengthy video about the progress of the 757. They did release a price, and the price for the 757 passenger engines and all that other good stuff is going to be $80 US. Somebody over in Spy Chat almost immediately said, good Lord, they missed a great opportunity. Why couldn't they sell it for $75.72 for the 757-200? It wouldn't have been that much less. I mean, you know, that one would have been a cute little thing, right? So I do know that they're putting an awful lot of work into this, and they're trying to make the 757 a very high quality pay-wear airplane. You know, it has changed a little bit over time. But you know, that's one of the things. Beanie Baby, yeah. There has been an awful lot of weather news. I thought, okay, now Doozy, I might be wrong about this, but I did a little unsportsmanlike celebration, and maybe I wasn't paying attention. Okay, the hair used to be blonde. I thought the guy said 2020 and 2024. Now, I went whoop, 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 and I thought that was great. So I thought that they said, like Hydrospace, both sims. And maybe I really should, before I start getting on, live streaming and stuff like that, I really should probably, go back and watch the video. But I thought he said both, which I thought was sort of like hallelujah and stuff, right? Okay, Squawk 1000. Squawk 1000, 121.915, 121.915, Okiba 4 Bravo, Squawk Berlin 441, runway 25, and that looks good. Okay, and our clearance has been confirmed, so that's good too. Yay! Okay, yes, J-Dubs, this really can get pricey at times. It can. You really can go to town. That's, kind of why it is that I do hold back just a touch as far as getting every last thing out of the gate, so that, those of us who live on a budget can continue to do this, because it can get pricey as hell. But it's also a lot of fun, and the people that are in the world of flight sim are just some of the best people out there. They really are. Okay, EDDS is going good, and all of this looks great. At this point, they shouldn't even release it if it's not ready for 2024. Good point, Loviz. I mean, 2024 is definitely the place to be, so... Beanie Baby, that's just the nearest big metro area that I live near. I really haven't done a very good job of not doxing myself, and I probably should be a little more careful about such things. But it's just the area where the closest metro that I live by. And, I kind of, like it a little cloudier, a little cooler, and a little bit rainier. So that's been one of the places that's been on my radar for quite a while to think about possibly moving. I don't know. It's a long way. The Volanta overlay is up. What's going on, J-Dubs? Did I miss something up there? It says Stuttgart to Hamburg. Is there something else up there that I'm not seeing? Father's Game, welcome aboard. You're trying to reset the HPG 8145 with expansion issues. I can't see the phase of flight. I think it's because I haven't started. It looks squished. Okay, hang on. I can check it and look a little bit bigger. There's an artifact off to the side. I don't know what that is. I haven't changed it or anything. I don't know what to say about it. Yeah, something is a little off with Volanta. Let's see. That is an overlay, right? It's an overlay. So let's just go ahead and let me do a little surgery and get it fixed for you real fast. So Volanta. Okay, it's gone. Let's see if I can add the overlay back in and fix that. I've noticed that and there's no reason why you can't see what I'm doing here. So, I mean, I've been using Meld Studio, and I like Meld Studio, but I do notice that some of the layers get tangled up a little bit. Okay, so let's come over here. And let's delete that and put that back in. Okay, so there is a new one. And I usually like to center it. Okay, so there's a new one over there. That looks a little bit better. Okay, let me just, well, we'll just leave it at the top like that. Okay, but I do like meld. It just, you know, it's just the thing about meld is it's new, it's still in development, but some of the layers that we use, you know, and that's one of the things that absolutely blows me away about what we can do with things like OBS and meld. You know, worst kept secret, I spent 30 years working in local TV stations, and the things that we can do with OBS and meld blow me away. I'm so incredibly impressed. I just kind of wish that I could, you know, do a little bit more, you know, with them. I just don't know what. Beanie Baby, do you know, is there a direct domestic flight Seattle in the A330? Not that I know of. Not that I know of. Brussels sprouts, welcome aboard. No, Lufty Bird. This is another favorite, though. Air Berlin is a favorite for me because my spy stuff, and it just has a spy vibe for me. J-Dubs, you really can. Okay, and I've been sitting here yapping way too long. We absolutely need to get ready to fly. Otherwise, we're not going to get out of here and the event will be over, right? Okay, accept the original load sheet. See, passengers are loaded. They're saying, what's with this pilot? Come on, get it together here. All right. So at least we got that part fixed. Airplane's loaded. Let's come on down here to pilot brief. Cost index is 5. Cost index is 5. Cruise altitude, initially flight level 370. And that looks great. Let's get our wind and wind request. Let's get that in. You haven't seen the calls. Oh, I do like that too. So, you know, part of the thing that I like though is, you know, they gave away the chocolate hearts and stuff. So I think I have 2 EDDS loaded. Really? 2 EDD. Oh, 2 sceneries loaded. That's... It never ends good when we have 2 sceneries loaded, do we? Dogs, it's always a good time to panic on the spy flight. 50.7 and 26.9. But no, when I heard about the fact that they gave away a nice little chocolate at the end of the flight, that also came at a time where things weren't all that nice in my world, and I just thought, you know what, that's really nice. And so, you know, whoever came up with that little marketing thing, you know, it kind of touched my heart a little bit. So that's kind of how it is that I've become such a fan of an airline that's out of business. 0.6, let's see, 615. I'm doing my weight and balance numbers really quickly so we can get out of here. 1.28 and 0.698, and those numbers are good. Fuel planning is great. Let's do flight plan. Stuttgart departure is going to be runway 25. It's the Okaba for Bravo departure. Oki for Bravo, that looks good. No transition out, that looks great. Coming on into Hamburg, they are on runway 23, ILS runway 23. It's going to be the No-Glow 3 Papa arrival, and the VIA should be DH657, although VIA by ham would probably taste good at the moment too. Okay, that looks really good. We've already done our final numbers. Let's do init page B, and we need to do fuel. We got to do fuel. Let's also come up here, open the flap. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That looks great. Fuel is 5.7. We need 4.2. Always good to have a little extra fuel. 5.7 on the fuel. Over to performance, and away we go. I missed a story from Dad Game Time. Dad Game Time says fly Ryanair and they'll have you make your own. I saw J-Dub say, "Oh, is there a nice story there? Is that good?" Oh, okay. Rather than a chocolate, they should give a 5090 Ti. Okay, all of this looks good. Phoenix, ground services, we can close the cargo doors. Hydrate. And that looks good. Contolab is back in chat. Welcome aboard, Contolab. Oh, is this your home airport? Contolab, have you been to the little airplane museum up on the roof over here at Stuttgart? Have you been to that little museum? There's like 3 airplanes up there in the scenery, which is actually pretty cool. Okay, let's see. EDDS. Information Oscar is still in place. Altimeter is 1020. Let's get the bleed on. So 1020. There we go. That looks great. Everything's good here. I'm just going to toggle the jetway to get it out of the way. Over on Navigraph, come on down here and let's check the Okaba departure because it's the initial climb clearance that they didn't give us in the clearance, but we need to know. 5,000 feet. So 5,000 feet is our initial climb. That looks great. We'll disconnect ground power.
Subscriber
and let's come on over here. Somebody just did a sub.
Agent. Loyalty noted.
Okay, that looks good. This is all great. Come on over here to the airport. It was Martin doing a resub. Thank you for the resub, Martin. Martin's been here for 4 months. Okay, all of this looks good. And that looks great over there. Let's do speeds for takeoff. So, departure perf. You've been there a few times. Last year, you were at the Dornier Museum at EDNY. And that was at Friedrichshafen and Lake Constance. Runway 25, that's correct. Sync the load sheet, sync the weather, calculate our speeds. Looks good. Send it to the CDU. And that looks great too. Phoenix. And I think we can go there. Dad Game Time was in Berlin from November to December of '89. You did not cause the Berlin Wall to fall, but you did depart from Tegel on the anniversary of Pan Am 103 as well. You felt like you were causing some issues at that point in time. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was watching an awful lot of news in those days. I remember Peter Jennings, newscast back in the day when they were like good, and from the wall. I mean, when David Brinkley actually got, called something historical, it really was historical at that point. EGW 120 with an uneventful departure. I'm going to follow up here really fast. Okay, seatbelts going on. Everything looks good to go down there. All of our numbers are aboard. Let's see. I'm using pushback helper. We figure the toolbar pushback caused a problem. Oh, is it Hasselhoff? Oh, not Brinkley. No, I was talking about the very old broadcaster. So Jennings did the nightly news. Brinkley came over from NBC, and they created a Sunday show for him. Contolab, yeah, I imagine you felt a little. Okay, looking good there. Delivery is 121.915. 121.915. We are going to squawk 1,000. 1, 2, 3. Squawk, squawk. Everything's good to go up there. Everything looks good down there. I think we can get out of here. Hi, hey, Twisted Mexican. Welcome back. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. It's been a while. Thank you for coming by.
Very good evening.
Yeah, I remember that. I did not watch an awful lot of that. I really was, back in the day, I was all about other. I didn't watch a lot of CNN. I stuck mostly with ABC. That's because I worked for ABC affiliates at the time mostly. Twisted Mexican, I'm guessing that I hope you were gone for good reason. I hope there's been some good things going on and you've just been busy doing good things. But welcome back in. Sparky's back. Good to see you. Dogs is at DFW. Yeah, we're thinking about DFW to San Antonio because there's thunderstorms. Big thunderstorms in Texas. All is good. Twisted Mexican, glad to hear that. KL Aviation, welcome aboard. Let's see if we can't get out of here. Stuttgart delivery, good Abend from Air Berlin 441 at A319 at gate 10. Information Oscar's aboard. So's our clearance requesting startup and pushback. Hi, Katie. Thanks for coming by.
441, Stuttgart delivery, good evening. Startup is approved for pushback. Contact Stuttgart ground 118.605.
118605, startup approved. Thank you so much. Have a great week from Berlin 441.
You too. See ya.
118605. Katie, hope you are doing well. Thank you for coming in today. I forgot the spy hat. Thanks, Dad. Game time. Somebody said spy hat, and I didn't do that. I've actually been kind of avoiding the spy hats a little bit because it's summertime and it's getting warm. I know I could turn up the AC some more, but there you go. It's Twisted Mexican says it's raining. Indy Builds is going to release an A380. You're going to buy all the A350s. Okay. It does cost. I do. I need a summer type hat or something. Yeah, Dad, game time. The MD-11, I'm missing that a little bit, but you know what? Everything else is good. Okay, are we ready? Let me just run through up and down here. APU is on. Ground power is off. We need to do... fuel pumps. Oh, we got fuel pumps. I got them. Okay, everything's good there. We are squawking. Everything's good here. We're ready for push and start. Thunderstorm warnings tonight till 5. Yeah, I saw a really big line of them earlier coming out of Dallas. Stuttgart ground, guten Abend from Air Berlin 441 and A319 at stand 10 with information Oscar requesting pushback.
Berlin 441, Stuttgart ground, good evening. Stand by for push. There is an aircraft on the right hand side pushing and I don't give an clearance.
Somebody's
919 on
pushing without clearance.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Super 919 now. I didn't give you any clearance for push.
Oh, we got clearance for pushback for delivery.
No, you didn't. You got clearance to start. Oh no.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we're not on that.
No worries.
Okay. No worries. That was one of our long haul bingo entries. No worries. Remember that was one of them. We just got a no worries. Okay, we're all good to go now. And if you don't know, if you're new to the spy flight, if you come back into an Air Berlin livery and come back into the back of the cabin and you look down here at the little seat pocket down there. Hi, it's Snowy over on YouTube. Hi, it's Snowy. If you look in here, you can see there's an Air Berlin safety card. And if you look really close, you can see the two little Air Berlin chocolate hearts from Lind Chocolate there. Now, they would give them to you at the end of the flight. And they didn't put them down here like this, but those were the chocolate hearts. And liked it so much. And 3 cheers. I think it was Polyot that found an Air Berlin chocolate heart emote that we could have. Snowy, yeah, we're in Flight Sim 2024. Flight Sim 2024, really working well for me right now. Okay, everything's good over here. Go to Navigraph. So it'll push back to Mike. Snowy, I'm really sorry to tell you this. I don't have it really well set up over on YouTube. I do have my specs over on Twitch. I should get them over somehow for you to see on YouTube. Hydrospace, if any build still plans on making the A380. Yeah, I don't know. It's such a big airplane. Wig Bill's here. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in.
Doing 7-4 Echo.
Happy Sunday, Flash Duck. Welcome, welcome, and thank you for coming by. I really, you know what I could do? I could add them to the description. I will do it that way. But Snowy, essentially what it is a, it was a PC
ground, good evening.
that I bought from, it's the Apollo system from Digital Storm. The graphics card got an upgrade to, I believe, a 3040 or a 3080. I don't remember, I'm sorry. I'm really bad with those kinds of stats and stuff. Loviz does not want the A380. You want any builds to do an avionics upgrade for the A300? Yes. And make sure that the A350 is sorted out. Hallelujah. Yes, let's fix those two airplanes first. Should be good if you can run 2024. Yeah. Yeah, and mine is a little bit of an older system, Snowy. So Stormy's getting a little bit old there, running on Windows 10, can't upgrade to 11 and all that other stuff. It's bad, but yeah, if you're big, a little bit bigger than mine, it should be good for you.
Super 919, Roger, call you back. Unity 4 on X-ray. Before you taxi, get ready to the Eurowings Airbus A319 von Reichsberg.
Wilco, Dolomiti 4 on action.
Eurowings 1224, where are you going?
Holding shot.
Where are you going?
You're now holding shot of Mike, but no worries. Then taxi to stand 48.
Okay.
Taxi to stand 48 by Mike.
Okay, let's come on over there. Okay, I just plugged in all of my stats. I just plugged in all the stats and stuff like that, so that should help. And it is a GeForce 1080.
Wings 2734, contact tower 118.
So I thought it was like, okay. All right. All sorts of stuff is happening over in chat right now. I'm sorry. Addison. No, we're on the VATSIM network. The RTX 3060 is not a Wait, Bill, I know. I'm sorry. I'm a mess when it comes there. Addison, we're on VATSIM. These are all real people talking. So the voice you hear is somebody sitting in front of a radar scope and stuff, and they're doing air traffic control, and all the other airplanes, all those airplanes, there's somebody playing flight sim like I am.
Mike Lima 2, Alpha November.
So it's really pretty cool.
I confirm Mike Lima 2 November and Alpha.
Mike Lima 2, Alpha for Sleeper.
Mike Lima 2 November and Alpha.
Okay, that Lufty just came in. We should be able to go.
Berlin 441 went clear of the sleeper at Airbus A320 from behind.
Push and start approve after the Speedbird passes by and facing east for Air Berlin 441. Okay, there's the Speedbird. I think we're ready to go. Are we ready to go? I think so. Parking brakes off. Parking brakes are off. Bacon is going on. Beacon is on. I think it's time to go. Let's rock. Pushing back. And let's go ahead and get the starter switched over. We've already got the fuel pumps on. We're going to start that engine that you see right there. Engine number 1 starts. No, this is not an airplane app. Pratt PT, I guess the answer to that is yes. I think that I enjoy some of the ATC in the US for sure, but I've really enjoyed the really enjoyed some of the ATC that we have here in Germany and other places. Snowy, thank you for coming in. We fly Thursday through Monday here on the Spy Flight, and you're always welcome to join us on a VATSIM flight. Hi, Green. Welcome aboard. Good to see you, and thank you for coming in today. And stop, parking brakes on, and release the tug. And engine number 1 is going. There goes our tug. And this is good. And we got a good start on engine 1. Looking nice. Engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts. And N2 is coming up. Hydraulic PTU fault. Uh-oh. We're suspicious that toolbar pushback may have caused some problems for me on the other flight when we were having problems. The hydraulic PTU failed. I don't know what to do about that. That's not a good thing. I don't know what to do about that one. Hey, Polyot, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Happy Sunday. Yeah, start up engine 2 and we'll worry about it later, right? Okay, that engine's good. Start her back to normal. APU bleed. Master switch goes off. Let's come on back here. And let's pop that in. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and clear that, and let's try and fly and see what happens. Well, you know,
Tower 118 is
I'm just
805
afraid that there's going to be a
for
cute
the
little dog that doesn't have a job or anything like that. Trim's going to be up 1.3.
Decimal 605. Sleeper 919.
Negative, it's 118805.
805. Sleeper 19.
Flaps are going to be 1. Flaps are 1. Speed brakes. Auto brakes. Everything's good up here. Taxi light. Stuttgart ground. Hello again from Berlin 441. Pushed and started from stand 10, requesting taxi.
Berlin 441, taxi to holding point runway 25 via Mike, Lima to November and Alpha.
Berlin 441, we're going to runway 25 via Mike, Lima 2, November and Alpha.
Postman 721 for crossing, contact tower 118 and 805 is gleich.
All right, are we ready?
118, 805,
Let's go.
Postman 721.
Yeah, just smack the dashboard a little bit. Oh, shall we start the electric pump here? Let's see what happens with the electric hydraulic pump. And away we go. Tim J wants to know if Buster, Low-Vis's co-pilot, barks like a hydraulic PTU pump. Actually, Buster does not bark much. Okay, let's do a cabin call. Cabin call is good. Let's do predictive wind shear. Predictive wind shear is good. Let's do takeoff config check. Takeoff config check
Berlin
is
441, are you able to contact Team Bravo departure?
Berlin 441. Yes, we are good for Bravo.
Perfect, then revision. Taxiwire Mike, Lima 2, November at Bravo to holding point 165.
Holding point runway 25, same route, but we'll stop at Bravo for Air Berlin 441. We're in A319. We can do anything. Okay, we're going to do Mike, Lima 2. Where is... Okay, Mike, Lima 2. This is our next turn over here. Mike, Lima 2, which should be at the end of the terminal. Mike, Lima 2, and November Bravo. Okay, I know which way we're going. Cool. Switch into the airport map. The airport map in this airplane is not working well for me. I'm trying to get a little bit less dependent on the moving map. There's Lima 2. See, you know how we have all of our moving maps and stuff like that? My guess is the real pilots don't have moving maps like that. And so they have to, you know, not rely on a moving map. So I guess I'm trying to not use the moving map. They do? So, oh, nowadays they have moving maps. Okay. And here I thought that was just a flight sim thing. Okay, this should be November, and we go out November to Bravo. Ah, the airline has to pay for the option. And so here we are November, and then there's going to be Bravo. Now then, you know what we really should do? Let's rerun our numbers here real fast and see if we have the option of an intersection departure via Bravo. They do. Via Bravo. That looks great. So calculate. Send those to the McDo, and that is via Bravo. Uh-oh. Let's get centered up. Sengiz Ilan, welcome aboard. I always mispronounce your name, but I'm so grateful. Thank you for coming in. We need to do honking for the firefighters when you pass the fire station. Sadly, I don't have a horn. I don't have a horn on my airplane. You know who does have a horn on their airplane is Sim Caesar.
Stuttgart Ground, guten Abend, Lufthansa 47 Golf, taxiing on Sierra.
Lufthansa 47 Golf, Stuttgart Ground, Servus, taxi to stand 55 via Sierra Hotel and Mike.
Stand 55 via Sierra Hotel and Mike, Lufthansa 47 Golf.
There is the button to alert the ground crew. Yeah, we could use that one. Unless you've got, you know, a pilot that, you know, has one of those compressed air horn things, a portable air horn that, you know, in their crew bag. They open up the door and just beep, beep, you know, that kind of a thing. I'm having trouble with my nose wheel tiller thing. So one of the things is I'm gonna this weekend, Tuesday and Wednesday, I'm going to try to. I'm gonna try and go back over to the twist stick. Hey, good day, not Big Snow. Welcome aboard. Yeah, that's right. Pilot can just lean out the window and yell. Okay, we're looking for Bravo. I see 2 airplanes already on TCAS coming in today.
4, ready for taxi.
Request 044, taxi via Zulu and Yankee, hold short of runway 25.
Zulu Yankee short of 5, request 044.
Well-
441, contact tower 118 system 805.
118-805 for Berlin 441. Thanks. Cheers. 118-805.
Stuttgart, hallo, nochmal, Boston 721, holding short of Sierra.
721, Stuttgart ground, hallo nochmal, taxi to holding point runway 25 via November and Alpha.
120050 is departure.
For wings 356, expect late landing clearance to start reducing. Alpine 3 Papa Lima, traffic information Airbus 320 on a 3-mile final, report when inside.
Traffic inside, Alpine 3 Papa Lima.
3 Papa Lima, thank you,
Delta
being
and Bravo.
traffic,
My
5
gosh,
runway
this
8
thing is. I'm gonna have to. Yeah,
Behind
this
the
is
landing
really
traffic
getting
and
bad.
Runway 25 behind.
This is getting really bad. It just put me in the grass. I'm afraid so. Like I said, I'm gonna do that. I was gonna do that. I was gonna do that Tuesday or Wednesday. I think it's time to get rid of it today, maybe.
German Air Force 122, contact Langen 119er, decimal 850.
119850, German Air Force 122, bye.
For wings 356, runway 25, clear to land, wind at 300 degrees 9 knots.
Clear to land, runway 25, Eurings 356.
Wings 36 Lima, hello, we are now full established, let's 25.
For wings 36 Lima, Stuttgart Airbus 25, continue number 1, wind at 300 degrees 9 knots.
Continue number 1, wings 36 Lima.
Easy 155, left on Sierra, ground 118-605.
There's Bravo.
And ground 118-605.
I know. Get off. Yeah, get off my grass, right? The last time somebody told me to get off the grass, an internet meme was born. I just don't think that they have alligators here in Stuttgart. Haven't heard that one before. Hippity hoppity, get off my property. Katie, yep, that's why we've got the alligator emote. That's why we've got the alligator emote. And parking brakes. No, but they do have crocs here. Really? So they do have crocodiles here in Germany.
Express 044, Stuttgart Airbus. Alpine 3 Papa Lima to 5, clear for takeoff, wind at 300 degrees 9 knots, no delay.
Runway 25.
Okay, looks good here. Let's come on over and do minimum takeoff fuel. 4.95. I'm at 5.5. We've got plenty of fuel for sitting here and doing this stuff. So we're good to go there.
Apologies. No worries.
Stuttgart Tower, Jung 356, runway vacated
Dad
on
Game Time had a croc
Foxtrot.
Monsieur
For
in
wings 356,
Paris.
thank you, ground
As long
118
as the crocs aren't wearing socks, I'm good with it.
118.605,
As long as the crocs are not wearing socks, please.
Keep it rolling, cross the stopper.
Mahoney, is that you? Hi, Mahoney. That's you. Hi there. Welcome aboard.
Servus nochmal.
Oh, the croc shoe? Really? I thought that crocs weren't like a thing anymore, except for like retirees or something. Which being said, no crocs. There are no crocs here at Spike Q. Hey, I'm not gonna do that.
Okay, ciao.
Fancy restaurants have crocodile meat. Really? Hey, Widget Warrior is here, checking in from Hotlanta. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so right now the plan.
So guys, just to give you an order, Dolomiti 49er X-ray, you are number 2 for departure, Air Berlin 441 is number 3, and Postman 721 is number 4.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna update our next flight. We were gonna do something in Texas because there is thunderstorms in the
Tower
area.
Speedbird 919, we have the traffic in sight.
So
Speedbird 919er,
let me come over here.
Position.
And the airports that we were planning are going to be in the next command. Dead Game Time has got a frosty mug of root beer today. I do have Lind chocolates aboard. It's 90 degrees Fahrenheit with a heat index in Atlanta.
Swiss 1174.
Widget Warrior, I hope that you are in air conditioning today. Unless, of course, you are going to Vortex Burgers and you're going to have a volcano burger.
You're on field 5. Anyway, continue and start reducing now to your final.
Reduce to final, Swiss 1174.
Pauliot says that Belgian chocolate is better than Swiss. Really? Let's see. He also had Lind chocolates in the airplane and appears to be Swiss. It kind of came front and center today because they don't, at the grocery store, they don't always have, you know, the Lind chocolate sticks that I like. And they had a whole new box of them. So I got some actual Lind, American-made Lind chocolates, but that's better than nothing, right?
Number 2425, Berlin 37. Degrees 312 located.
Swiss 1174 to 5, clear to land, wind 300 degrees 9 knots.
Clear to land, runway 25, Swiss 174.
There's a Dubai chocolate
again.
now.
Traffic information, Embraer 190, short final to 5, report inside.
We were reporting safe. Speedbird 919.
Stuttgart Tower, hello, German Air Force 122.
Dad Game Time says it's 74 and drizzly.
German Air Force 122,
Yeah, the drizzle does help kill it a little bit.
You are number 3, wind 300 degrees 9 knots, reduce to...
Swiss chocolate is more compatible with eating large amounts of it.
German Air Force 122.
Hello, Robin State Victor.
Yeah, I'm really trying to really embrace that thing called moderation when it comes to everything.
Speedbird 919, did you have the traffic inside?
Yes, we do. Speedbird 919.
Thank you. Behind the line in traffic, runway 25, line up and wait behind.
Line up and wait behind. Speedbird 919.
Widget Warrior is in AC, but you have never been to Vortex? What? How can you be a hot lantern and you've never had the volcano burger from Vortex? Where's Trip Taker? We've got to get you. We've got to get you burger-fied or whatever they call it in Atlanta.
Hearing 7 Sierra Tango.
Robbie's doing a flight from Rhodes to Stockholm. Lovely views. Oh yeah. Let's see. Okay, Cincinnati. Okay, so you've only been. Okay, so you got to have a little bit of time, right? That makes perfect sense. What Widget Warrior? Actually, what is that? There's a. What is that food? It's a Cincinnati thing. It really. It's a special Cincinnati kind of a thing. I'm trying to remember what it is. It's not like a Philly cheesesteak or something, but it's something that's unique to Cincinnati. That's it. Yeah, I think it's the sky. It's the chili. That's it. It's chili.
Clear for takeoff, no delay. Speedbird 919.
Supposed to be really awesome.
Berlin 337, expect late clearance. One departure head is now rolling.
I expect late clearance, Berlin 37.
See, I'm not the only Air Berlin flying. Okay, Katie filled in the final gap. It's chili spaghetti. That's what it was.
Say again?
Chili spaghetti.
German Air Force 122,
This is,
proceeding
and
traffic
I've had it a
3.5
few
miles
times.
ahead,
It's
start
really
reducing
pretty
your
awesome.
final approach speed.
It's this cool
Reducing to final
spaghetti
approach
noodles,
speed.
right? But
German
instead
Air
of
Force 122.
spaghetti sauce, you put chili on it. And then maybe some cheddar cheese or something like that, and it's just awesome. And I think it's that Skyline chili that it is a little on the greasy side. Wig Bill says San
German Air Force 122,
Antonio.
separation is lost. Go around, climb and maintain 5,000.
You're gonna
turn
do
right
that
at
flight.
020.
So there's supposed to
Right
be
heading,
when I was checking weather earlier
going
today.
around 5,000 feet.
I
and
was
right heading
supposed there was
020.
supposed to be a big line of thunderstorms going south over Texas. That's why I suggested that flight. But that's it. It's the chili spaghetti. Chili spaghetti.
Clear to land 25, Airplane 37.
Okay, there's that one airplane taking. There's the Air Berlin taking off. Oh, landing. Hi, Air
German Air Force
Berlin.
122, contact Langen 119.
Average Canadian, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in.
119850.
120050 is departure. That's Langen radar when airborne. There is a line right over Okay, so it's already in Waco and it's getting closer to Austin. Maybe we'll do
Runway 25,
Austin
line up
instead of
right,
San Antonio.
Runway 25
We'll
exit.
see where the thunderstorms are. Widget Warrior says, yes, it's a chili topped with cheddar cheese on top of spaghetti. It's a, you joke. Only in can you, for a three-way and not get slapped. Oh my gosh. I never heard that story before, Widget Warrior. Tangra Adrian, welcome back. Thank you for coming in today.
All stations on ground, stand by.
Wig Bill says you need to add sour cream to the chili too. Yes.
Dolomiti 49 X-ray, runway 25, clear for takeoff, wind 300 degrees, 9 knots.
Runway 25, cleared for takeoff, Dolomiti 49 exit.
Air Berlin 337, left on Sierra, ground 118605. Air Berlin 337, left on Sierra, ground
Onions
118605.
and beans? Really? I haven't heard about that. I assume that there was onions. Dad Game Time says not unique to Cincinnati, but it's Steak and Shake. And so Steak and Shake, they did the chili three-way and five-way since the 30s, really? That sounds good. Let's see. Do I have any chili at all here? I don't know. Yes, I did, Tim J. I recomputed my V speeds for the Bravo intersection. I'm a good pilot today, Tim J. See, intersection data for Bravo. I've already done it. I get a gold star next to my name in the pilot lounge.
Now, runway 25, clear to land, wind 300
Hey,
degrees,
Jesus
9
Saves, welcome aboard.
Clear to land, runway 25, Scandinavian 202.
Berlin 441, be ready for an immediate departure.
Berlin 441, we're ready when you give us a call. We'll lower the landing lights. Okay, we got somebody coming in.
Berlin 441, no delay 25, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, 25, Berlin 441.
At Sicilia 0265 heavy, expect a late landing clearance on departure right.
That's landing.
BCAM checklist is good. Green, we're ready to go. Man, the idea of that Cincinnati spaghetti chili. I don't think I've got it. I may need to go and do a return trip to the store. Even just like a Hormel or something would be good. That would be really tasty.
Berlin 44125, clear for takeoff in 300 degrees 9 knots.
On the roll, Berlin 441, thanks.
Cecilia 0265, the indicator airspeed.
1640, Cecilia 0265.
And which is your final?
Final is 1640.
Roger.
100 knots. V1, hands off throttles. We're going and rotate. Up, up, and away. Positive climb gear.
Air Cecilia 0265,
Wow,
go around,
Cecilia
fly heading 030, climb and maintain 5000.
Climb and 10,000, Cecilia 0265.
Darn.
Right heading 030.
They had to go around.
Right, 030, Cecilia 0265.
Gear. Langen. Lever climb. Langen radar, guten Abend from Berlin 441, passing 3,000 feet for 5,000. Man, tuning radios is a hard thing.
Lang radar, November 874 running from Papa, inbound Gepno, partner status we want to...
I hope I didn't make somebody go around. I mean, I was ready to go as soon as they called me.
Uniform Papa, Langen Radar. Hallo, Information Gepäck.
Langen radar, guten Abend, Berlin 441, passing 4,500 for 5.
Berlin 441, hello, radar contact. Climb by SID, level 140.
Via the SID, our new altitude is flight level 140 for Air Berlin 441.
Stuttgart approach, speedbird 919 at flight level 100.
Let's see, Irby says that they have a tinned chili called Stag Chili, and the hot one is amazing. I remember Stag Chili, not really all that hot, but I think we still have that here. Wigbill says if you're gonna have Hormel chili, use the ones without beams for chili dogs. Yes. Hi Neo, welcome aboard. There's a mom and pop restaurant with their own.
Welcome aboard.
It's a Greek recipe too. There's a Greek recipe for that?
Langen,
Where's Sibby?
Good evening. Dolomiti 49 X-ray.
Pin Copper just followed the channel. Hi, Pin Copper. Welcome aboard.
Dolomiti 49 X-ray.
Altimeters.
310. Left heading 310. Dolomiti 49 X-ray.
All right, we did it. Man, I thought I was going fast enough for that airplane coming in.
Left to taxi.
It's called Olive and Mango. It's called Greek chili.
Speedbird 919, could we get the frequency one more time?
Inspiring ideas, Greek chili.
1252, Speedbird.
Olive oil, ground. Oh, this looks fun.
November uniform Papa, maintain present heading.
This looks fun.
We went to flight level 100 and we are just turning, so can you please say a heading which we should keep?
I guess this is what it looks like.
Heading 200.
200, November 874.
Okay, ground beef, carrots, celery, bell peppers, onion, spices, tomato, and white beans, kale. Ooh, this looks good. That'd be fun to make. Let's see, Loviz had you take off with someone at 5 DME. I think they're trying to jam a lot of airplanes in. Tim J asks the question, as far as chili recipes, is there one that is Chilean? I would imagine that there might be one that's just chill.
Light heading was Rimkiet level 300.
Irvi, that looked really good.
Level 300, Dolomiti 49 action. Berlin 441, contact Langen 125,
125.2 for Berlin 441, thank you.
November Uniform Papa, descend to flight level 60, collect arrival 119er 850.
119er 85.
Wings 999, monitor 122.8, tschüss.
Wings 999, 122.8, then fly 20 years on EVAO. You have great service.
Oh, was that a wisecrack, Katie? Quack. I gotta get those sounds going.
999, monitor 122.8, tschüss.
122.8, choose.
Langen radar, good Abend from Air Berlin 441, level at flight level 140.
Berlin 441, identified, hello. Climb to flight level 240.
All the way up to flight level 240 for Air Berlin 441. And looking good, there's our departure. We have enough fuel. The wings are still attached to the airplane. The engines are still attached to the wings. And we have little chocolates aboard. What could be better?
Berlin 441 to enable climb, fly heading 010.
Flight levels, turn right heading 010 for Berlin 441. Okay, we just got a little turn here. There must be some traffic nearby. So we're coming out there. Nothing on TCAS.
125, 355, Austin 219, danke, ciao.
Unser 43 Uniform, descend to flight level 120 to cross at Gebno, proceed direct Gebno.
I knew I missed something. Landing lights and cabin call at 10,000 feet. We do get busy.
Langen, good evening, Dolomiti 49 X-ray.
General, I hope I said beer cheers when you came in. Thank you for coming in today. Is that Mahoney up ahead of us, maybe?
X-ray identified. Stop climb at flight level 170. Report your next waypoint. Stopping climb, flight level 170. Next waypoint is Rimki, Dolomiti 49 X-ray. Dolomiti 49 X-ray, butter.
Okay, I think we're good. We'll just chill a little bit like this.
The 258 identified, hello.
Dallas to San Antonio.
1142 Charlie, descend
I
to
don't
flight
know
level
that there'll be a ton of
130
ATC, so it might be a nice flight if you're new to flight VATSIM. We are going to be flying around some thunderstorms, maybe. November 321 is back. Welcome in, November 321. Thanks for coming by today.
441, proceed direct lower, climb to flight level 300, 1,500 feet per minute or greater.
1,500 feet or greater to flight level 300, and our direct to is, I think it was Lima Bravo uniform.
Ja, direct lower, Lima Oscar, Hotel Romeo Echo.
Not even close. Okay, lower, Lima Oscar, Hotel Romeo Echo. Thanks for Berlin 441.
Dolomiti 49 X-ray, climb to flight level 290, 1,500 feet per minute. Climb flight level 290, 1,500 feet or greater.
Okay, we're doing 2,300 feet per minute, so I think we're doing really pretty good on this departure. Low-vis is on final. Yeah, we had a little bit of a hold going out. A little bit of a wait, but not much, so low-vis is on final.
Golf Alpha Papa Lima Alpha, Dolomiti 49 X-ray, thanks. Carpet Air 221, descend to flight level 180.
Definitely hope somebody's waiting at the gate with hamburgers. I think
Carpet Air 221, descend to flight level 180.
Maybe even the chili burger would be good today.
This is a 568, monitor 122.8.
128, follow from the 568, thank you, bye-bye.
We'll do seatbelts a little early. Hamburg cheeseburgers. That would be tasty too. Now, if would they be spicy if they're in Hamburg, or do they not do a lot of spicy food?
On the radar low, Eurowings 13 November, flight level 230 inbound, Normandy.
Eurowings 13 November, identified, hello.
Lufthansa 9 Mike Charlie, request descent.
Lufthansa 9 Mike Charlie, contact Langen, bomb
Maybe they would have ham instead of beef?
2473, suppose, Lufthansa 9 Mike Charlie, bye.
Scandinavian 42 Charlie, contact Langen, bomb 25.050.
125.
Astro Singularity says we spend too much time talking about food. Astro Singularity's gains 10 pounds. Because we're always talking about food. We are. On the other hand, if you happen to find, you know, this one thing repellent, maybe that'll help a little bit. Sometimes, you know, pineapple on pizza can kind of put people a little bit off.
Langradar, guten Abend. Lufthansa 2 Sierra 6, flight level 260.
Jump cargo 124 unable for now. Lufthansa 2 Sierra 6 identified, descend to flight level 200.
Descending flight level 200, Lufthansa 2 Sierra 6.
No! We're having street tacos for dinner tonight.
Identified, Debbie 1 Bravo arrival, descend via start to flight level 110, maintain 30.
Those should be really good. Sometimes, so, you know, just a, you know, a street taco, I generally like them on.
Subscriber confirmed. Top tiers granted.
Saychuk did a 2-year resub today. It's a 2-year resub. Hey, Saychuk.
Resume normal rate of climb to flight level 340.
Flight level 340 now at a normal rate of climb for Air Berlin 441. Hey North Gaming, thank you for coming in. Saychuk, thank you for 2 years of awesome support. Great jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep the lights on here. It's been some real generous gift subs lately. Thank you for boosting me up to this point. I really appreciate it, and thank you for resubbing. And this all looks good. Mahoney is going to Berlin.
You're deviating, turn left heading 090.
Somebody is being deviant. Oh, the humanity. Can't have that. Somebody deviating. Hi, Dastinger.
Wings 13 November, descend to flight level 130.
Can't have anybody deviating today. No, they have Berlin balls. Did I just say something really crude? Or is that actually something that you get in Berlin?
Sierra Tango identified, climb to flight level 200.
No, it actually is a real food, Berlin balls. And let me, don't tell me, some people are really nuts about them.
721 identified.
Okay, I'm sorry. Couldn't resist. Couldn't resist.
Benin 441, climb to flight level 360.
Eurowings.
Benin 441, climb to flight level 360.
Flight level 360, Berlin 441. I
I
know where the door is. Oh no. It's also known, they're also known as a Berliner.
Lufthansa 107, descend via start to flight level 110, CPDLC is not available in lower airspace.
This one got busy.
But
I kind of like having the, you know, the busy flights, the ones, you know, our first flights being the busy ones, just because, you know, gives us a chance to...
221, monitor 122.8.
Wow, looks like we've got ATC all the way on this one. This is when the brain is frosty enough to be able to handle this. I don't think that I can handle this kind of intense ATC later in the day. Looks like the UK is lit up as well too. All the Londons, East Midland, let's see, Manchester, all of Scotland, Northern Ireland. Looks like we've got a lot going on in Norway. Sweden's asleep, but it looks like part of Finland's up. GT Boy, beer cheers, welcome aboard.
Thank you. 721, climb to flight level 240.
Tim J, the Berliner that you were talking about is over in food.
So fast to 721. Affirm, climb to flight level 240. Itaro 109, monitor 122.8.
Tim J, had a long day yesterday. I mean, I'm keeping up, but just barely. I don't know if I've got a second European flight in me. Make all the chicken sounds you want. Here, I'll do it for you. There you go. No shame on my part. Sort of like I'll tangle with a Texas thunderstorm.
Berlin 441, contact Langen, bomb 24, decimal 730.
124.730 for Berlin 441, thanks.
Lufthansa 258, monitor bomb 22, decimal 8. John Cargo 124, contact München, bomb 2.
Yeah, after yesterday was an intense day. This is an intense flight too. Why am I always a chicken? I'm just trying to avoid online humiliation. Plane sped up on final, had to disconnect the auto throttle. Really? Langen, guten Abend from Air Berlin 441, level at flight level 360. Looks like we're about 27 miles south of Mask.
Air Berlin 441, Langen, good day, identified. Report your requested flight level. I need you on an even level, sir.
Berlin 441, we are at flight level 360. We can stay or find something more convenient for you.
I'm totally fine with 360 or 380 either. It's up to you.
How about let's just stay right here at flight level 360.
Airplane 441, roger, maintain flight level 360, final level, proceed direct Stuttgart.
Final level is going to be flight level 360, and Berlin 441 is now direct to Stuttgart. Stuttgart. Oh my gosh, there was a big long shortcut. So Lovis's airplane sped up on final. Are you in the A3 19, 20, 21? Yesterday I forgot. You know how we're over here in performance, and you know how on descent sometimes it doesn't always go to into approach phase. I didn't check to see if we were in approach phase, and so it sped up for me there too. November 321 is Phoenix to Vegas to San Francisco, San Diego. You've got a nice flight today. That is a really good one. There's a VATSIM event after we do our Texas thunderstorm route. It's Seattle and Portland. We all got recently the new Seattle Payware Airport, so we could depart from Seattle. We could go down to Boise. We could go over to Bozeman. We could go up to Kelowna or something like that for that one. So we could probably do that one, and then tomorrow got to figure out a departure airport for Vectors to Copenhagen. Maybe a second flight after that, and then try and do a little bit of another computer game for a while. Right now I've been doing a little bit of Metro Exodus, so we might play a little bit of that just for a little bit of chill out and have fun and just chat for a while, that kind of deal.
Nothing 1, hello, squawk 20.
I don't have a discount code, Speedy Baby.
One coming up, nothing.
And so
Nothing
far,
1,
so
identified
good.
Passing flight level 267, climb 370,
Phoenix.
direct Rammstein, and report your requested level.
Nothing level 370 direct Rammstein, service 374.
Roger.
Information, Kila is current in Hamburg. Runway 23, all that looks good. Fly with Craig, Vienna was really nice. You were off to Tibet with Kenko. You took the 777. I gotta tell you, I'd forgotten, you know, the ATC in Austria is really very good. Beanie Baby wants APL. Yeah, we got out of Vienna so nicely. The ATC was just spot on. We did our taxi. I think the only problem that I have is my charts didn't have a taxiway intersection on it. I couldn't quite figure it out. Oh, Pilot's Life. I don't know much about that. I've seen a few people playing it before. Not a lot of people. Or using it. So Fly with Craig, yeah, it was the Whiskey 4 intersection. That's the one thing I couldn't find on my charts.
Hotel, how do I identify?
Found everything else, and the thing is you've got to watch it because you can take a wrong turn at that part of Vienna Airport, and that puts you into a spot where you'll fight yourself nose to nose with another airplane if you're not careful. And so don't want to end up nose to nose with the other airplane. Fly with Craig recommends A Pilot's Life if you need a purpose to fly. Well, we don't. We just kind of fly randomly. There's very little purpose here.
Contact Langen radar 125.2, goodbye.
You know, about the best thing we do is try and behave ourselves, stay out of trouble. Never try to have ATC yell at us.
Goodbye.
Never want to cause ATC to yell. So much for all the ortho scenery outside today. Seems like every place we've been flying lately, there's just been clouds, clouds, clouds. Okay, Loviz had a nice landing. Pretty good flight, a -129. Did you have a chance to look back and see why the throttles didn't, why the engines didn't slow down like you wanted them to? But you know, it is a jet, so scream it on in is good. Beanie Baby, I'm glad you found what you were looking for. Okay, looks like about 40 miles to top of descent. Let's do landing data. 1019
good evening.
is our altimeter. It's 17 degrees. The wind 28008.
Berlin 441, contact Bremen 124.240, goodbye.
124.240 for Berlin 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
Same for you. Bye bye.
124.240. Oh, Loviz is flying on cold meds. Boy, that's always a good time. I'm sure that you know, when you took off, Buster looks up and said, "Cold meds, we're gonna die." Bremen Goodnaben from Air Berlin 441. Level at about flight level 360. Looks like we're about 40 miles from top of descent.
Berlin 441, Rim radar Moin, identified, descent to flight level 300.
Flight level 300 now for Berlin 441, Moin. No, at this point, Buster is saying it's time for dinner. Why haven't you put on your chef's hat and your white coat and got out the good china and stuff, right?
Is there 123 contact the München radar 126,
Hamburg.
175?
It's the 3 Papa arrival. And we're expecting runway 23. Minimums are 262. GPWS.
Okay, 1655, descent to flight level 350.
Lovis is going to do chilling for a while. Understand chilling is a good thing, Lovis. Maybe you could chill with some chili. Since we were talking about chili, maybe some spaghetti chili. That would be total chill. And I'm sure that deserves a little drum roll there too. Ms. Keeter just did a very nice resub. Ms. Keeter's been here for 30 months. Thank you for awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me keep the lights on. Welcome in. Happy Sunday. Hope you had a good weekend. It has been okay here. It was busy. Lovis says, maybe a hot dog. Maybe a hot dog. Yeah, I've got to remember when you get into Bremen radar, that's when you say Moen here in Germany. So Bremen, Bremen is about the point you get there for northeastern Germany for that.
Martin Air 36 Charlie Foxtrot, requesting descent. Martin Air 36 Charlie Foxtrot, descent on Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
Descend on Unicom. Oh, that's hard. I just picked Hamburg out of thin air for this flight, so I didn't realize we'd have full ATC. I figured, we'll have some nice ATC going out of Stuttgart, maybe one center, and then chill out the rest of the way. So much for that.
Subscriber confirmed. Top
Dell just came in with a nice resub. Hi, Dell. Dell has been here for 25 months. There are just been some people here who have been here for a few months. Thank you so much, Dell, for extra support. Ms. Keeter, thank you for being here. And Zetchuk has been here for 2 years. Thank you for great support. Really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Kent is in chat on YouTube. Hamburger in a genuine hamburger pub. You know, Kent, yeah, absolutely. There have been a couple places that I've been where it's, one of those brew and burger places. So they actually, it's a brew pub where they, brew their own beer. But then they've also got these really good hamburgers, monster steak fries, and, sometimes this little sampler thing of different stuff to put your steak fries in and stuff. And then you can get the little samplers of like 4 or 5 little small glasses of their different beers. That really is kind of a cool thing. So the hamburger in a genuine hamburger pub is really good. Makes you smile a little bit.
Subscriber confirmed.
Hydrospace says hydrate. I will hydrate Hydrospace. And Ryan is back. Ryan, 83 Bravo. Hey, Ryan. Ryan, thank you for being here for 57 months. That is a big number. Good to see you. Ryan's been here for so long. Thanks for some great support and nice jet fuel in the flight plan. I have never done anything in the real world with a glider. I did one flight.
Last station, only steady noise, turn on your microphone.
I did do one flight with Starflies in multiplayer in the flight simulator glider and went splat into the side of a mountain. So, happy Sunday from Ryan. And thank you so much for being here, Ryan.
On the 4181, expedite descent now.
Copy.
Berlin Ops. We were 2 minutes late out of the
Mike
gate.
Bravo, proceed direct Delta Romeo November.
Direct Delta Romeo November, Mike Bravo.
Yo Matrix is back in chat. Why did your traffic go crazy?
Delta Charlie Alpha, descent to flight level 110.
Matrix, I don't know. Your low flight. Are you using AI traffic, like just default traffic in the sim and not VATSIM, like VATSIM traffic? If it's that, you probably got hit by AI or something. Dan, is it hard to fly in real life? I personally say, of course not. No, it's actually very easy, I think. My personal secret always was to be super duper prepared, to be mentally ready for your flight. Super duper prepared. If you're super prepared for your flight, and you know, get up. I'm gonna go down.
441, descent to flight level 250.
Flight level 250 now for Berlin 441. So in the real world, if I was gonna go and do a real world flight, like touch and goes or something, I think that the thing to do was be super prepared, do the weather, do the homework, and then think about, okay, what is it I'm going to do today? I'm going out to the airport. We're gonna do 3 to 5 touch and goes today. And I just think if you're super duper prepared, aviation is not hard at all. For me, like, it was so much about pre-preparing, being 100% ready, and also realizing, you know what, today is not a good day for me to fly. And I had hay fever when I was younger. Growing up in Colorado, there were some days where I had a lesson, we were prepared, but I just wasn't ready, and you make the call not to do that. I mean, it's safety first. In the middle of my little be prepared speech, Stu just came back with a resub. Hi, Stu, to 1210. Stu, thank you for the resub. Thank you for 14 months and some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for being here and helping me to keep the lights on. Dan wants to learn to fly a glider. I think it's all about preparation. I think that beyond that, you gotta go. She doesn't live stream very often, but when she does, Starflies does a lot of glider flying. And I think, Starflies is also a real-world pilot. Active real-world pilot, is very, very knowledgeable. Tends to jump down a couple of rabbit holes every now and then, but that's one of the endearing things about Starflies. But really knows her stuff when it comes to gliders, I think, because she does that real. 120.540 now for Air Berlin 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
Have a nice stream.
120.540.
Number 1 Tango Lima, turn right heading 090, descent to level 70.
Right, 090, descent, altitude 606.
This is Bremen radar.
Negative, descent to flight level 70.
This is Bremen radar.
Descent, flight level 70, forward.
Bremen radar, guten Abend from Air Berlin 441. Information, Kila is aboard. We are descending to flight level 250.
Air Berlin 441, Bremen radar, low identified. Information, Kilo, expect ILS 23, descent to flight level 100.
Flight level 100, ILS runway 23 now for Air Berlin 441. Sorry, short-term memory problem. Was that flight level 200?
Negative, flight level 100.
Flight level 100. Thank you so much, Berlin 441. Man, that brings being forgetful to a whole new level. I hadn't even stopped answering them and I'd forgotten what the altitude was. But Matrix, I think if you're flying with just default traffic, I think it's like any kind of a, AI default thing in any kind of a computer game. I think it can wig out. If it does all the time, then it sounds like you've got a data problem. So you might want to call Brent Spiner. Super duper looking clouds over here today. Look at that. Holy moly. Nice to be flying over Germany tonight. That's looking good.
Contact Hamburg Tower 126, decimal 855. Goodbye.
Tower 126,
Dan, I think that's actually a really good thing to do. I think that one of the things that I really love about aviation is it gives you a different perspective on things. All the busy hustle and bustle and crazy on the ground and all that other stuff. Aviation kind of forces you to look at things bigger picture. You look at things a little bit differently in, if there's some sort of aviation in your life. And I think that it's really, really good. Hype train just ended. Thank you for the hype train and Pilot 876. Yeah, it was a really nice sunburst. Really nice over that, and wow, that's just amazing right there. Sunrise and sunset are really good times to be in flight sim. They really are. But let's come back here and make sure we're doing our descent. We are. Flight level 100. A little bit fast. We should throw out some speed brake for just a second. There we go. Need to get our speed down just a touch. Bring in the map, click. There we go. Getting down closer to 250.
Conda 1 Lima Tango, reduce speed 220 knots.
Speed 220 knots, Conda 1 Lima Tango. Conda 1 Mike Tango, correction, Conda 1 Mike Juliet, proceed direct ED.
Over here at Hamburg Airport.
Conda 1 Mike Juliet, proceed direct ED.
Coming in on runway 23, we're going to probably exit at Delta 4. We need the ground chart here for sure. Definitely need the parking stands chart. Got that. Let's see, we're not doing runway 33 and it's not the No-Glow 3 Sierra. So after that, they usually give you a stop at runway 33 to cross, and then parking's good. Okay, that looks good. No glow, and we do a little loop-de up here. 220 knots as we approach the airport. No problem there.
On the 1 Lima Tango, turn right, heading 170, descend to altitude 3000 feet.
Right 170, descend to altitude 3000 feet, Conda 1 Lima Tango.
18,000 feet.
Lufthansa 4 Tango Romeo, descend to altitude 4000 feet, QNH 1019.
Down to 4000, QNH 1019.
How about auto brakes medium?
Berlin 441, turn right, heading 010.
Right turn now, 010 for Air Berlin 441. Second turnout today. Second turnout today. We had one on the departure too.
Lufthansa 27 Lufthansa 27 Lima, contact Hamburg Tower 126.8.
So it's either traffic or this is sort of like a really fast direct too. Maybe this is going to be a shortcut. really great clouds tonight. I mean, really great looking clouds tonight. Haiti, always shortcuts.
Contact 1 Lima Tango, turn right heading 260, cleared ILS, runway 23.
Right,
I think we just blew off a big part of the star, maybe. No complaints. Dan wants to know about ATC games. Well, there was kind of like a kid's game. I think it might be out for PC. It was for Mac or something. It was called Airport Mania. That one was kind of cute. It was kind of moving airplanes around a little bit. It wasn't full ATC. I'm sure there's an ATC game. I think if you want to do ATC, instead of looking for a game, you ought to become a controller on VATSIM. I think that would probably be the better ATC game. It's going to give you, you're going to start learning real world things. Yep, the tests are hard, but you'll be doing, and anything can happen here. ARV Haiti is actually EDDH approach. So this is Hamburg approach. Hello, welcome. And here we always try to vector as much as possible in Germany. We're always ready for a vector, Victor. In fact, we always think that we'll get one when we get our clearance. And we will always, roger a vector, Victor, because we like to do those sorts of things. Cheers and welcome aboard for silly jokes and references to the movie Airplane. Clearly, there's not enough work to keep. I will not call you Shirley. No, we never want to do that. Never want to call people Shirley, that's for sure.
Good evening, FedEx 007, visual level 230.
Dallas to San Antonio. I was thinking of trying to take my CRJ in the thunderstorms. Because, you know, why not? We could depart from Love, though, if you'd like to do Love to San Antonio. If you'd rather go over there.
FedEx 007, level 230.
We could.
90857, yeah, identified. Climb via SIT to flight level 100.
Do a quick check. Let's start at the Storm Prediction Center. So here's the Storm Prediction Center.
Radar, good evening, FedEx 007.
FedEx 007, Bremen radar, hello, identified. Information Lima, expect ILS, runway 23, descend to flight level 100.
Well, we actually, there's one over me and there's one over Texas. So there we go. Strong marginal severe gusts.
Air Berlin 441, descend to altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1019.
1019 on the altimeter, descend 4,000 feet now for Air Berlin 441.
The 4 Tango Romeo, turn left heading 300, descend to altitude 3,000 feet.
Say again, heading and descending 3,000 as 4 Tango Romeo.
Okay, so this is affecting Central Texas.
300 descending 3,000.
Outflow, blah blah, convection from the Gulf, blah blah. Okay. So let's see.
Left turn heading 300. Now please left turn heading 280.
Prexa 7 just followed. Hey, thanks for the follow, Prexa. Welcome aboard. So the DFW. 30% chance of storms. Okay, so here's that line. It's mostly gone through Waco now. So if we do decide to depart from one of the Dallases, so let's go.
9857, contact.
Let's check Bergstrom. Bergstrom. Okay, there's San Antonio. It looks like the thunderstorms are just bearing down on Austin right now. So maybe Austin if we want to fly into the airport while the thunderstorms are there. San Antonio is fine too. You'd be basically flying over them. So Dallas to Austin, right now that's real world weather coming in. Let's see, we could do an hour by hour. This is almost useless. Yeah, it's going to be going on for the next 4 hours, I would imagine, 3 hours. But perhaps Austin might be a better arrival, a little more dicey if we want.
5,000 feet on QNH 101 mile.
Over in the U.S., what do we have? No ATC, so this would be a really chill flight at the moment. It'd just be us. It would just be pilots and other pilots on VATSIM. So if you're new to VATSIM, that's not a bad deal. Bergstrom is on the 18.
Flight level 200.
DAL, Love. I think we've got a better scenery for Love, or can never remember. Love Field is
170 until 5,
runway 13 right.
Confirm 170 or greater until 5.
DFW.
Or greater for Tango Romeo.
Departures 17 right, 18 left.
Sorry, Hamburg Tower 126 decimal 855. But
so that's what we've got for those airports. I think we do have a nice airport for Austin. We also have one for San Antonio if you want to do that. So Bergstrom, I don't have that over in that folder.
411, turn left heading 290, descend to altitude 3,000 feet.
Left turn 290 and 3,000 feet for Berlin 441. We do have a DFW fix. I'd grab that. And I'm guessing our really nice Austin is already loaded. So that might be a little bit better as far as storms.
On the line 144, proceed direct EDDH.
Direct EDDH on the line.
I'm going to update the next command to give you icy cows. It's not that hot, although it can get a little bit warm in here. Stormy can get a little bit, make things a little warm here. Okay, the next command has been updated. LS.
Emirates 98 Victor passing 2,500 feet.
Emirates 98 Victor Bremen radar hello identified. Climb via fit to flight level 100.
Climb flight level 100 via fit Emirates 98 Victor.
Reinforcements incoming.
I think we just got a raid from
More
Boozy
agents
Sheep.
joining the spy
We did. Hi, Boozy Sheep. Welcome, welcome.
Berlin 441, turn left heading 260, cleared ILS runway 23.
Left turn now is 260 degrees, cleared for the ILS runway 23, Berlin 441. Okay, all that looks good. Lights, belts, calls, looking good. There's Boozy Sheep. Kurt came in with Boozy Sheep, and so did Larry. Welcome, welcome. Just caught us on our arrival into Hamburg. Airwolf just did a follow. Welcome on in. Hey, look at that. Rapenza came in too. Hi, Rapenza. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in.
Expedite descent to altitude 4,000 feet.
Got glide slope and localizer. We are cleared for. So let's hit the approach button. Get a little help from the autopilot. And that looks good too. Looks like we're on a 12-mile final. Flaps 1. Gonna make it a flaps 3 landing.
Hansa line 144, contact
Let's see.
radar,
Let's go ahead
124,
and do a
240.
posture check so we can fly like pilots.
124,
Everything's good up here. (180). Hamburg is 126885. (126,855). And is there a Hamburg ground today? Hamburg ground is no, there's just a tower. Okay. I got the airport, I got the runway, we're looking good there.
Emirates 98 Victor.
Be sure not to land at Finkenwerder, flaps 2. 7-mile finals. Alright, I forgot to do this last time and the airline sped up. Activate the approach and confirm. Approach is active, gear going down, probably a good idea.
441, contact Hamburg Tower 126.855.
126.855 for Berlin 441. Thanks for the nice ATC and that extra explanation. Have a good week.
Yeah, you're right.
126.855. There's Hamburg Tower. Gear down 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes. Not even done. Speed brakes, auto brakes. Hamburg, guten Abend from Air Berlin 441. About a 6-mile final for runway 23. Aviation, Austrian aviation guy.
Moin, wind check 2903, 7 knots.
Air Berlin 441, thanks. Austrian aviation guy, thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. And holy moly, look at this. What a nice night. What a nice night. There's Finkenwerder up there.
Condor 1 Lima.
Looks like we're going over a golf course here.
Station only
Always have to watch out for stray
Condor
golf
1 Lima
balls.
Tango, cross runway 33, taxi to stand 02 via Zug
Golf
3
ball
and
activity in the vicinity
Condor
of the
1 Lima
airport.
Tango, cross runway 33,
Boozy Sheep just did an emote. What is that?
We're very sorry. Looks
That's
like we're
Beauty.
on incorrect
Beauty.
air cycle.
I get it.
It's showing the AMLUC 1
Flaps are
golf
3.
departure
ECAM
and the
checklist
AMLUC
is
2
green.
golf departure.
Airplane's ready. AP's off. Captain's got the airplane.
Yankee, AMLU 1 Golf departure fine.
No.
Roger.
Stop crying.
Berlin 441, wind 2903, 7 knots, runway 23, cleared flight.
Base intercepted.
Runway 23, clear
Intel
land,
secured.
Berlin 441.
Every bit
Boozy
helps.
Sheep just got
Thanks,
cheerful.
4 Tango,
Cheers,
Romeo,
cheers.
willkommen
Thank you for
Hamburg,
some
taxi
bits
straight
today. That
ahead
was
via
nice.
Golf,
Thanks, Boozy Sheep.
runway 33.
Straight ahead on Golf.
Almost said
holding
Boozy
short,
Sheep's
33,
getting boozy
for
there.
Hamburg.
I can't imagine why I thought about it. You got to get some food. Happy lurking, Boozy Sheep. Thanks for the really, really nice raid today. Welcome on in. I should pay attention to the runway, right? Guten Abend, heavy weather. Just love the Phoenix airplanes. I don't feel like I'm all over the sky with these. We're on short final, you insane airplane. Why are you yelling at me about the glide slope?
40, 30, 20, retard, minimum.
That was nice jazzy landing.
Taxi to stand 05 via Zulu 1.
Minimum.
Crossing runway 33 and to
How
stand
come we're getting
05 by
calls for
Zulu 1,
minimums?
Lufthansa. Crossing Romeo.
Berlin 8, correction, Berlin 441. Welcome to Hamburg. Taxi straight ahead via Foxtrot, left via Golf, Rotstoff runway 33.
Foxtrot and Golf, and we will hold short of runway 33 for Berlin 441.
Scandinavian 772, requesting taxi.
Scandinavian 772, taxi to holding point runway 33 via Zulu 5 and Bravo 1. Report ready for departure.
Holding point 33 via Zulu 5, Bravo 1, and we call Scandinavian 772.
And this is one of the really, really cool payware airports.
441, you're now on Delta 1. Continue Delta 1, hold short of runway 33.
Yep, we turned a little soon there. Got Delta, and we will still hold short of runway 33, Berlin 441. Whoops. Bad pilot. But this airport is really, really amazing. It's just so detailed, but you don't get these really bad, scenery hits.
Jet 26 Foxtrot, continue taxiing Zulu 5, Bravo 5, hold short of runway 33, report ready.
Dogs is already at the DFW. Dogs, we were kind of thinking of amending our arrival to Austin because that's when the big bad thunderstorms are going to be hitting.
772, wind 290 degrees, 7 knots, runway 33, clear for takeoff. Have a nice flight, bye-bye.
Runway 33, clear for takeoff, Scandinavian 772, goodbye.
It's an airplane going to be taking off.
FedEx 007 Hamburg Tower, Moin, wind check 290 degrees, 7 knots, 1 departure ahead.
FedEx 007,
There's the airplane.
Jet 26 Foxtrot, are you able to continue taxi via Zulu 5, Bravo 5 and hold short at 33 for doing your stuff?
As AFL, just one engine went out, so we gotta hold 2 minutes probably.
Jet 26 Foxtrot, no problem. Continue Zulu 5, Bravo 5, hold short of runway 33, report ready.
Zulu 5, Bravo 5, hold short, quickly and report ready to Jet 26 Foxtrot.
2 Jet 4 Echo VNC at stand 54 Charlie Rick Bush.
Multiple stations first, FedEx 007, pushback approved.
Headache?
Correction, wind 290 degrees, 7 knots, runway 23 clear.
Wow, they have a heck of a flex. Boy, they took up a lot of runway on that departure.
And you're also allowed to pushback onto runway 23 if you want to do that. Eurings 2 Oscar Romeo.
You know what? You're right, Contalab. The title was wrong.
2 Jet 4 Echo, Yankee pushback
We went to
approved,
Hamburg
facing
yesterday. We went to Munich yesterday.
4 Echo Yankee.
Berlin 441, cross runway 33, taxi to stand 08 via Zulu 5 and Zulu 1.
Berlin 441, cleared across runway 3. We're going to take Zulu 5 and Zulu 1, and we're going to stand 8.
Eurings 2 Oscar Romeo, ready for taxi.
Eurings 2 Oscar Romeo, taxi to holding point, runway 33,
Zulu 5 and Zulu 1.
Taxi holding point, runway 33 via Zulu 5 to Bravo 1. Eurings 2 Oscar Romeo will report ready.
Zach, did you miss the landing? It was okay. My guess is it was a little bit hard. There was a little plop at the end of the runway. You know, just the last little bit, but it was not a bad runway landing, I don't think. Okay, there is Zulu 5. Zulu 5. Really great markings at this airport, too. Next flight is Dallas to Austin. We're going into thunderstorms that are bearing down on Austin right now. Okay, Zulu 5, and then it's Zulu 1 to stand 8. Okay, I know where we're going, right there at the end.
FedEx 007.
Thinking of taking a CRJ on this one.
About the stand?
I know I'm not very bright.
Negative, FedEx 007.
FedEx 007, roger. Taxi to stand 9-1 Alpha via Delta 1 and Yankee 3.
And I think gate 8 is right there at the end.
If you miss out FedEx 007, can you see the sun on the taxi, please?
FedEx 007, confirm you want to park at the GA parking. In this case, taxi to GA parking left via Delta 1.
FedEx 007, can you repeat the
Wow, there it is. The markings here in Hamburg are so good.
Alpha, Delta 1, Yankee 3.
Nose light
9-1
off.
Alpha on the taxi via Delta 1 and Yankee 3, FedEx 007.
Wings to Oscar Romeo is ready for departure.
Wings to Oscar Romeo, wind 2900 degrees, 7 knots, runway 33, clear for takeoff. Guten Flug, schönen Abend, ciao.
Runway 33, clear for takeoff. Wings to Oscar Romeo, bis später, danke.
Parking brakes. APU is ready to go. Engine 1. Engine 2. And we're done squawking. Auto and standby. That looks good. Come on up here. And we'll do our fuel pumps. Still didn't see anything. I left the electric hydraulic pump on. I'm guessing maybe that helped a little bit, but there was something weird about this flight with hydraulic PTU. And deboard the passengers. Come over here. Go to the Phoenix page. You can go to mass and bound. No, you can go to ground, I guess, and do toggle the jetway. And a really nice jetway will come out. And the lights here are really, really good. This also airport is one of those that you can go and walk around in. It's just really a neat, nicely done airport. And you can take big airplanes and small airplanes out of here. You really can. This is a great little airport for sure. And our jetways are sponsored by SIXT, Autobahn and Landbahn. That airplane's getting ready to go. And everything over here, I mean, this is a really great scenery. And you can see I'm just zipping around the airplane, no hesitations at all. This is probably one of the most balanced or efficient, sceneries ever. Cruzy is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Okay, we made it. Let's see. Was Volanta my friend today? Probably not. Never is. Let's see. I was a little long. Oh, look at that. It got the Air Berlin livery picture in there. How about that? That's nice. Okay, so we were just a little bit beyond the touchdown point, but not bad. Minus 209, a 0.94 G landing. I think that's not so bad. I think that's not so bad. I don't think the passengers, nobody spilled their drinks. And main menu. And a really, really nice flight. Dallas to Austin, big bad thunderstorms coming into the Austin-Bergstrom area. So, and I think Dogs is already at the airport too. I saw Dogs checking in, so we've got several people all ready to go. I didn't see any ATC, so don't worry about that if you're new to VATSIM. This should be a really nice flight for you. Let's just do a quick refresh and make sure. The thunderstorms are just to the north of Austin right now. Look at all the airplanes gathered down here. My guess is we should plan for 1-8 right to come in. So 1-8 right. Zach might spill popcorn. As long as it doesn't get burned in the microwave. And it's 1-7 right I think it's going to be 17 right is what we're going to do for our departure. Let's see. AWE 258. That sounds like America West Airlines. That's probably dogs up there. You don't want to spill your popcorn. I think United's down here on the Echo Concourse. Looks like the sim froze on exit. Dog says it owned. It's U.S. Airways. It's U.S. Airways, not America West. I thought you were. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, because of the merger. I'm sorry. There was the merger. Of course there was. Which means you're going to go with the call sign of Cactus, aren't you? Because U.S. Air got Cactus after the merger. All right. Everything looks good there. Let's load a sim. JSG Droid, welcome aboard. Welcome. JSG Droid is slowly building up the new Droid computer. 2020 is running at 70 to 90 FPS in Ultra in LaGuardia. 2024 is behind in flight controls. You're going to join in 2020. Fingers crossed. Hey, this is exciting. JSG Droid has been working on this computer upgrade for months. Months and months, and it's finally happening. Congratulations. Well, welcome aboard. Glad it's working out. So you had 70 to 90 FPS on Ultra Scenery in LaGuardia. Well, trying to work in the garbage joke, but just can't with 70 to 90 FPS. All right, let's do a flight plan. New flight. We're going to take a CRJ on this one because why not? KDFW, KAUS, Austin Bergstrom. I'm going to do a CRJ because, hey, only sissies need an auto throttle, right? I'm going to take the 550. And we'll come over here. Let's see. Runways 17 right, 18 right. It got the runways correct. I'm going to go and board. How about 15 minutes of extra ATC fuel? And that should be good. Generate the flight plan. This is exciting. How does the rest of the computer look to you? Outside of Flight Sim, has it really just been everything you hoped it would be? Okay, let's do a view the PDF and save it to the desktop. Current plan and save. And pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-filed. Dad Game Time is going to do some rating. Hey, just keep going with your stream. If you're just getting started, have fun. And generally, consistency keeps you going. Doing the Susie 6 Jasper's departure, that should be good. Okay. All that looks really good. Let's see. I should probably try and update the title. So we are in a CRJ 5. And we're going to go do KDFW, KAUS. All right, this should work as a title. Polyot will tell me if there is a misspelling, but I did at least check it once. And after making a big deal about it, I just checked it a second time. We'll see. I might be wrong. Hang on, I'm trying to put my flight plan in now for you. All right, here comes the flight plan command, and that should be good. I don't have a CRJ hat, so we'll have to go with the original spy hat. Probably shouldn't wear the Airbus hat. Title looks good, thank you. All right, so there goes our cute little Air Berlin Airbus. We're gonna fly the 550. And it's already got the correct livery, so save and go back. And departure, KDFW, Dallas, Fort Worth.
Subscriber confirmed.
Somebody just did
Top
something
clearance
nice.
granted,
Hang on a
agent.
sec.
Loyalty noted.
And here is DFW. That was Fiefbert. Did I say that right? And Pratt's PT says stretch. Fiefbert, thank you for becoming a subscriber today. Thank you for a little bit of extra support. Thank you for coming in and helping me to keep the lights on, but welcome aboard. This is not a default airplane, no. This is a payware, but it has been recently updated for Flight Sim 2024. And it's pretty good. Just check over here, make sure nobody's there. Gate 13. There's somebody coming in over there. I think we might choose a better gate. Somebody's actually taxiing in right now. Let's move a little bit. That's probably safe. And start. Sunco's back home. Hey, welcome back home, Sunco. You got the day off today? I hope it's a nice day off. Okay, big thunderstorms on this flight. Now, this airplane does have a nice Navigraph map app, but I do suggest that you have your PDF flight plan on another monitor close by. That's kind of important for this one. In fact, somebody was telling me they thought that the CRJ's got an update recently. I went and looked and didn't see, but I might not be looking in the right place. Okay. Controls are set up. Beverages are there. 2024 doesn't model thunderstorms. Really? It doesn't? I've heard thunder and stuff. Maybe I just don't see it right. That looks like a big bad thunderstorm over there. And that looks pretty good. Okay, let's turn on Volanta. And Volanta should be on. Loviz was in a thunderstorm in Hong Kong the other day, and there was lightning. And as I recall, you got a real charge out of that flight. You knew that one was coming, right? Sort of like a thunderbolt. Like Thunderbolt in chat. Miguel from Portugal. Thank you for coming in, Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt's over on YouTube. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Afraid you came in when the lightning jokes were about ready to start, and totally shocking. All right. L441. We are a CRJ7. And connect. Loviz says it modeled the tropical storm. And everybody knew it was windy. And I got a squawk code. And we're good. Okay, everything looks good here. I saw there's that Delta flight that was coming in that I was trying to avoid. Parking there. And here we are. Let's go chasing thunderstorms in a CRJ. No fear. Aircraft. Cold and dark. Chocks are in place. I need ground power. Passenger door, forward door, cargo door. Stairs and the jetway. So open up all of the doors. And here comes the jetway. Loviz reminds Pratt PT to make sure that you have live weather on. And live time. Sounds like something's wrong. Flight plan. Import the OPF. Jaspa, Windu, and Susie arrivals. So it's KDFW. Enter. KAUS. Enter. Okay. So here at Dallas, parking gates, Echo Concourse. Good. Airport itself. Good. It was Jasper, right? Jasper 7. SIDS at DFW. Coyote, Dallas, Garland. Jasper 7. Now, we probably have, so straight south departure, top altitude's 10,000 feet. We can handle that. Let's go and do night. Okay. That looks good. Go on back. Let's go to Austin. And the SID. I already forgot. It's Suzy, SEWZY. Oh, those are SIDS. And there's the Suzy arrival. And we're coming in via Windu. I have no idea if people brought their mace or not. And we want to do the Jedi transition out for the ILS runway 18 right. 18 right, that looks good. And the airport should be Austin and Gates. Cool. Beanie Baby, can I show you thumbnails? Probably not. We're not doing, the links are really messed up right now and just can't do those at the moment. I'm sorry. Yorkshire just checked in. Bonjour, or is it bonsoir? It might be late enough to say bonsoir in Europe right now. Okay, we're all good to go there. Let's turn on the airplane. Battery master. It's going to beep a little. Ground power. That looks good. Nick is taking the CRJ 900 out of Detroit. Where are you going today, Nick? Nav lights, hydraulic 3A, windshield heaters, recirculating fan, no smoking, emergency lights, and everything's good to go there. Navigation database is updated. You need to update the CRJ navigation databases, the Navigraph data. You need to do that within the electronic flight bag now. We are at KDFW. I have already forgotten where we are parked. We are at gate Echo 12. E12. Hey, that one worked. Let's put E12 here. Nick is gonna do Detroit to Hartsfield Jackson. Another opportunity to go and get a volcano burger in Atlanta. GNSS in the scratch pad. Check that with your gate position. relatively close. That should be good. Flight plan. Okay, we are at KDFW. Uh-oh. I think I've got a WASM crash. I think I just had a WASM crash.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Yep, had a WASM crash. I have to reset the sim. Had a WASM crash. Sorry. That happens, and I kind of don't know exactly why, but it does seem to happen when you are pushing buttons a little too fast. Nick just followed the channel. Thanks for the follow, Nick. Let's try it again. All right. KDFW. There's Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go back to Echo 12. Glad it did it early and not later. Okay, so we can sit back for just a second. The line of thunderstorms that we're expecting, I don't know. It keeps getting, they keep getting a little closer. Let's see, if they warned it yet? No warnings yet. It can't be dissipating. It's Texas. They're going through Austin right now. They're going through Austin right now. I need to get going. Okay, let's see if we can do this quickly. Aircraft, cold and dark, chocks. Ground power, open, 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 open. Flight plan. Good. Looks good. Power. Ground power. Good. Nav. Hydraulic 3A. Windshield heaters. Recirculating fan. Emergency exit lights. No smoking. And overhead. That should be good up there. Let's see if we can do everything from memory here. Okay, position in it. This is KDFW. Echo 12. Page 2. What time Eastern does the event start tonight? I don't know Eastern. Probably, if it's a Seattle event, my guess is around 2300 Zulu. Okay, don't have a GPS position in there yet. Let's just use this one. Nav. Nav. Looking good. And we'll just do it that way. KDFW. Good. KAUS. Alternate is back here to DFW. KDFW is our alternate. Oh no! I just had another WASM crash. Yep, I've just had 2 WASM crashes in a row. This isn't good. I haven't had 2 WASM crashes in a row like this. Tim J, you think we need to change airplanes? You think we ought to do something else? Loviz just did the math. Thanks, Loviz. Okay. What do you think about a 737 MAX? Shall we do the MAX instead? How about the MAX? Let's try the MAX. Because that's like 2 in a row, and we don't want to deal with that. Okay, so sim brief, edit the flight. That looks good. Let's try and load the sim again. If the MAX, yeah, if we get another one, then we got a computer problem, don't we? Okay, B737 MAX 8. Everything else should be good. Okay. Runways are good. Extra fuel is not. You need to put your extra fuel back in. It wasn't there. That looks good. Maybe we're going to have storms here. Dogs is already taxiing. We are supposed to have some thunderstorms here. Nothing like what's going on in Texas right now. I don't think that there's anything that's started, but the only two notices that are out from the Storm Prediction Center are for where we're going and where I live. So if you look over here, you can see, and our chance is nastier actually. Gee, maybe we ought to fly Seattle out to eastern Montana if it's going to be this nasty. But you can see the mesoscale discussions over here. The only boxes that they have today, Texas and Montana. Oh, the world that we live in. Oh, the world we live in. Okay, so 441 DFW, Austin, 737 MAX. That looks good. Wigbill, it's not going to go where you are? Yeah, I don't know. The line looked like it was holding together. Is it dissipating? We could leave from Spy HQ for either PDX. Loviz, yeah, we could go the opposite way. That might be a good thing to do too. Now, I don't think that we're going to have nearly that line of thunderstorms that you see that's going on right now. Nearly what's going on. Okay, this is going to be 22,000 feet. It's a MAX 8 file. All right, we'll do it that way instead. But yeah, we could do that. You know, maybe Bozeman would be entertaining. Bozeman might be nice. Bozeman's, I mean, I don't mean to be mean, but I live in West Dakota right here. It's flat. There's no mountains. There's not as much snow, and when there is snow, it's gray. Pratt PT says to stretch. Thanks, Pratt PT. Ooh, so we could go into Seattle or Portland from Butte or Bozeman or something like that. That might be nice.
Subscriber confirmed.
Oh my
Top
gosh,
clearance
AMG
granted,
is back
agent.
with a nice resub.
Loyalty
Hi,
noted.
AMG. Thank you for being here for 31 months, and thanks for the nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep the lights on, AMG. Welcome, welcome. Amargosa, no, we're not even close to being there. I had 2 WASM crashes in a row in the CRJ. So something may be wrong with the CRJ. I'll test it out on another flight after the live stream or early tomorrow morning or something and see what happens. But right now I'm going to switch over to the MAX for this flight. AMG, thank you again for the really nice support. Really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep the lights on here. KDFW. Do I have issues with the Phoenix? No. But sometimes I have to go and reload them all. So sometimes when it doesn't want to load, I'll have to go and reload it. Okay, this all looks good. Let's try the MAX. Hey, Boozy Sheep is back. Boozy Sheep, we're going to take the MAX in to Austin, where there's a big line of thunderstorms going through right now. No ATC, so just chill. You know, sort of a booze cruise, but I'm having Arnold Palmer's. That was really, really weird. Okay, so, this airplane, we do need to use Navigraph charts for this. So one of the things is the Max doesn't have a charts app. Import from SimBrief. Okay, here's our Max. You know, if this doesn't work, my jokes may max out today. Nah, I don't think maxing jokes will ever happen. There is our very, very cool looking 730. The modeling on the airplane, as you just look at it, they did such an amazing job. And if you haven't heard the startup sounds on the airplane, it's absolutely amazing. It really is. I'm just going and grabbing our charts really, really quick over on Navigraph. And we're coming in on the Susie. It's 1-8 left. No, it's 1-8 right. Okay, and we got all the charts done. Let's hop aboard the plane. Vinyl Rabbit has a problem with the Max. I can load a flight plan into the FMS, but it doesn't show on the main screen. And the autopilot doesn't see the flight plan. I almost wonder with a problem like that, I really feel like the thing to do with problems like those is to delete the airplane and start over. Just start over, Vinyl Rabbit. Okay, come over here, power button, systems page, systems menu. No. System page, panel style, general, and US system. We're good to go there. Back a page, systems, no. Ground support. Chocks are in place. I want a ground power cart. And let's get pushback helper to give us a jetway. There's a jetway. And we can turn on power on the plane. And the on switch is up here. Battery. Armed and guarded. Ground power. On. Looks good. Emergency exit lights are armed. Probe lights are on. All of that looks really good. Let's do some backlighting up here. About halfway. Dogs is already there. Dogs can't wait to hear how do you find the thunderstorms at Austin. Windshield heat going on. And heading status. Nav. Okay, we got those going. I think I heard thunder. I think I just heard thunder here in Dallas. I think I heard thunder here in the DFW. Navigation data is groovy and correct. That's great. We are at KDFW, Dallas Fort Worth. We are at gate Echo 12. Page 2, GPS, page 1. And that's close enough. And route. Flight plan request. While we're waiting, let's turn on one of the fuel pumps and APU. Vinyl Rabbit, on the init screen, you don't get to set the IRS boxes. Vinyl Rabbit, before you do that, do you come up here to the very top of the panel and you do what I just did. You don't have to go and turn this thing to heading status, but you do have to turn the IRSs to nav. Did you do that, Final Rabbit? Because you won't get those little boxes until you turn these things on to nav. You do have them on. All right, that doesn't sound good. So you do have those turned on. And window, that looks good. I'm not sure what's going on with that. They're set to the instant on the settings page too. How's your nav data? Have you got updated nav data, or is it really out of date? Okay, departure is gonna be 17 right. It's the JASPA departure. JASPA 7, transitioning out at Windu, and good. Coming into Bergstrom, 3-6. I think we decided the left side or the right side. I'm gonna go for the right side. It's gonna be the Susie arrival via Windu. I don't think we want that. I don't think we want that transition. There we go. And that all looks good. Route, performance, flight level 220. That's correct. Cruise winds, probably not going to be much at 22,000 feet. 327 at 11. 327 degrees at 11 knots. Temperature deviation is +8 degrees. It's Texas. I'm surprised it's not more. Reserves are 5.1. Zero fuel weight should be about 128.1, but let's go load the airplane. Get some passengers. Okay, Vital Rabbit. So you've got that. I think from what you've said, everything sounds like you've done it right. My guess is there's something weird going on. I'd suggest at this point just deleting the whole airplane and downloading a fresh copy. Something sounds like it got kinky or something on, as you were, there's some files that aren't right. Because nothing else makes sense. 121 passengers. Cargo is 5.3. 5.3 divided by, not times. 5.3 divided by 2. 2650. 2650 is cargo. 2650. New zero fuel weight is 128.2. Fuel is 11,640 pounds. 11,640. Taxi is 315. Trip is 3666. Boy, I'm not encouraged about that, am I? 128.2. Good. Set the fuel. Set the payload. Loading is complete. Let's copy FMC data. That looks really good. Let's see. I never got back on VATSIM. Weather here at DFW. Okay, Austin, the wind is 350 at 32, gusting to 43. 350 at 32. Wow. That's a little bit windy. It's 26 degrees. The altimeter is 3001. Three 0.01. Gotta do the point. Okay. Dry. Well, it's dry right now. -2, flaps 5, air conditioning on, anti-ice off, calculate. No. Let's do -1, calculate. Oh, no good. The wind speed is too low. It says the winds are 350 at 32. And we're departing on... Oh, wait a minute. That's Austin. Whoopsie. Big difference. Okay, let's try this again. All right. DFW, winds are 170 at 8. That's good. 170 at 8. It helps to put the weather from the airport that you're taking off at in all of this. Otherwise, it's not going to work out well for you. That was a brilliant battle maneuver. 29.93. Oh, that was ridiculous. Although Dogs is coming in on that right now, so Dogs really gusty winds. Okay, let's just try -1. There we go. We got numbers for that. So D-rate -1 and 53 degrees. -1 and 53 degrees. Good to go. Takeoff flaps 5. And okay, what do we've got? We've got CG is 21.4. Trim is set. APU needs to go on and packs need to go on. Our passengers were saying things were a little stuffy in the cabin. And 134, 135, and 144. 134, 135, 144, 144 up here. 144. Oh, is JSG Droid talking? 10,000 feet is the initial climb clearance. And our heading on departure is 176 degrees. So JSG Droid is trying to talk there. Check the QNH. Did I not get that right either? Tim J, thank you. 176. 176. There we go. And we decided the altimeter here is 2993. Altimeters are checked and set. All the rest of the numbers are good. Flight directors going on. Let's see. We did get a squawk code 3074. Nope, over here. 3074. 122.8. And CTAF here in Dallas is 126.55. CTAF, let's do it. It's a short flight. KAUS. CTAF for Austin is 121.0. Here is Austin CTAF. You might want to have that in your notes for this flight. Okay, 126.55. That looks really good. I'm going to turn the APU generators on. Generators are on. That looks really good. Everything's great up here. All of these numbers are good. Let's go to the systems page. Go to ground support. I'm going to pull the electric cart, and I'm going to pull a couple of those. Now then, let's use pushback helper. I don't want to try the other one. Call the tug. That'll release the jetway, and it should close the door. Yep, sure did. Okay, everything's good to go up here. Let's get some more fuel pumps ready to go. Cabin signs need to go on. Cabin signs are on. Let's see, the doors are closed. Doors closed. We'll do hydraulics. Parking brake is on. Nose gear disconnect. And that should be it. All of our doors should be closed, so we're good to go there. Anybody behind us? Yes, there's somebody over there. Let's not push into that delta. Naden is back in chat. Welcome back, Naden. Thank you for coming by today. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping in. Let's see. We are squawking, but you also have to turn transponder on for mode Charlie. You know what? It's big enough here. I think they can taxi around us here. Beacon is going on. Cabin call. Let's go. Papiwan, welcome back to you. Parking brakes are off. Shall we go? Everything's good up here. Pack's going off. Ground start, engine number 2. Engine number 2 is coming on up. JSG Droid. That is JSG Droid sitting there with almost 90 FPS and more on a new computer. I did outside air temperature and stop. I did do 26 degrees Fahrenheit, Celsius. Stylish Kinsu. Yeah, we do all degrees Celsius on this. Parking brakes back on. Yeah, JSG Droid is flying that shiny new Delta over there on a brand new computer. Fuel. Pappy One, add liveries directly to the community folder of the Phoenix. You can. I generally don't, Pappy One. Right now, I'm just taking stuff from the Phoenix Manager. It's just simpler, and I know it's always going to work. Sometimes the other liveries outside don't, and just don't have time to do the troubleshooting. Stylish. So I was over here getting my weather from DFW over here, which said the temperature is 26 degrees. The dew point's 20, and it's always the calculation. Was the calculation based on Fahrenheit? So performance and payload. Well, look at that. It said 26 Fahrenheit. It should be 26 degrees Celsius. Let's try them again. So 134, 135, 144. Those are the same. We're going to do a D rate of -1. The temperature is 51 degrees, and everything's good. But you're right. It did put a Fahrenheit in there. That was Fahrenheit, not Celsius. You're right. You need to absolutely check that because we needed that. Got a good start on engine 1, starting engine number 2. Hey, Moustache, bonsoir. Dogs is starting a descent. What could possibly go wrong there? Watch out for thunderstorms. Maybe some very angry rattlesnakes that got sucked up into the atmosphere if there's tornadoes. And N2 is motoring. Next flight, we're thinking of flying into either Seattle or Portland from somewhere in Montana where there is some severe weather. Supposed to be, I don't think we've got severe weather right now. Maybe Bozeman or Great Falls might be a nice departure airport. We can depart from Spy HQ, but it's boring. Uh-oh, look at that. JSG Droids Airplane Taxis. JSG Droids Airplane Taxis, so the new computer's working. Okay, looks good there. Good start on engine number 2. Let's get the packs on. I imagine it's rather stuffy in the cabin here in Texas. Generators over to the engines. Isolation switch. APU bleed off. Yaw dampers. Generator monitor. Everything else looks good up here. APU can go off. Flaps are going to be 5. Auto brakes to RTO. Let's play Follow the Leader with JSG Droid. Taxi. Parking brakes.
Test to departure. Final call. Work.
Okay, out we go.
Delta 547 taxi Golf, Lima runway 179, Dallas.
For traffic, American 647 taxiing to 17 right via Golf Zulu and Lima.
Dallas traffic, FedEx 56 Charlie Tango, taxiing runway 17 right via Zulu Lima, Dallas.
Nobody over there. Okay, so far so good. And I revved up the motors a little bit, did the takeoff check. This is going to be an LNAV VNAV.
Lining up, runway 17 right, Fort Worth.
Well, the CRJ was certainly a surprise, the fact that it had attitude today. Usually the CRJ is just a solid airplane. I guess it does have WASM problems every now and then. Okay, let's airport data traffic. There's that American that just took off. And this is all thrust idle. I did, throttles up a little bit to get us going. Your forward cargo bin opened while you were taxiing. That sounds almost to me like... Have you got maybe a keybind to open doors and stuff? Because that shouldn't happen. Did you have low hydraulic pressure?
And forward traffic, or American 402 passing through 3,100, clear 17 right. Final call, Fort Worth.
Forward traffic, American 820 departing 17 right, Fort Worth.
Continuous restart. Everything's good up here. Nothing to worry about down there.
Forward traffic, Delta 1959, Airbus 3319, lining up, runway 17 right. We'll wait for departing traffic.
JSG Droid's microphone on the new computer sounds good. So that sounds really good. There is a conga line for 17. Well, this is the departure runway. Wonder if everybody's going thunderstorm hunting today. Dog says, cats and dogs, rain all over the place. 10 miles out from the airport and dogs can't see the runway. Good thing we got an ILS for this one, right? Happy landings, dogs. As always, watch out for gators. And hold short. Parking brakes. And good. Holy moly, look at all these airplanes. Holy cats, there's airplanes all over the place here. You'd think this was a major airport. Muhammad Omar is checking in on YouTube. Welcome in and thank you for coming by today. Happy weekend. Okay, let's do minimum fuel. Always good to do that. Minimum takeoff fuel is 10,053 pounds. We're at 11,300. We're good. Plenty of fuel. Fly Foxtrot is back. Fly Foxtrot, I had not one but two WASM crashes in a row. It was not working good. So we switched over to the 737 MAX. Don't know what to say about that. Don't know why that happened. I know that every now and then we get a WASM crash over in the CRJ, but never two in a row.
Delta 1959 departing runway 17 right on the Jasper, departure to the south.
DFW traffic, there is the United 737 MAX holding short of runway 17 right. We'll line up right behind departing traffic. Dallas, Fort Worth. DFW. Parking brakes off. And strobes. Final cabin call. Seats for takeoff. And I'm kind of taking my time. No, you did not miss the departure. We're just getting ready to go. Okay, landing lights. Looking good. And let's see, it's 25. We're going to wait 30 seconds. Let's go ahead and shift over to Tara. There we go, TARA.
Fort Worth traffic, Delta 1959, climbing through 2,000 feet, clear of runway 17 right, final call. Fort Worth.
DFW traffic, the United 737 on runway 17 right is going to hold here for about another 30 seconds for traffic separation, and then we depart. Dallas, Fort Worth. The A350s are going to Cape Town. Holy moly, these airplanes are going to do a long haul. No kidding. Wow. No kidding. Shall we go? Uh-oh. Am I logged on as a CRJ? I think I might be. Let's just go. And throttles up halfway. DFW traffic, yeah, United 441's on the roll. Taking off runway 17 right, departing to the south. Happy landings, DFW. Go. Cape Town, huh? Positive climb gear.
Flight Jet 1979, DFW traffic on approach outlet 177.
Kid in the cockpit. I think that's a kid in the cockpit moment. Kids are in the cockpit on that flight. That was definitely a max takeoff. Yeah, okay, so I know why it is that I'm showing up as a CRJ. I can fix that really quick. I logged on to VATSIM as a max. I logged in to VATSIM not as a max, but as a CRJ. That's why I look off. We did have the band playing today. Didn't think it was going to be quite as crowded here at the DFW, but apparently it is. Flaps up. Auto brakes off. And away we go. Mohammed, we are going to Austin, Texas, where there's a big line of showers and thunderstorms. Shattermag, we are definitely maxed out here today. I'm some green. Those A350s going to Cape Town. Those are some long freaking flights. Wow, that's a long day. I'm going to guess that, I don't know. I'm going to guess I'm going to guess that they're going to sleep or something. I can't imagine staying up for all that. Wicked Wolf, welcome aboard. You got your jet rating in career mode. Congratulations, Jeff. That is not easy to do. Good job. Good job getting that for sure. Yeah, I hate that. I'm sorry, Zach, that the ads popped in. They always seem to at the wrong time. Something about Twitch ads. They just know what the worst time is, and we go there. Okay, let's see what we're doing. Dogs is coming in right now to the Austin area. We are looking at a line of thunderstorms that is going through town right now. They're not moving that fast. I think we're going, what, to flight level 220? So 22,000 feet. Here's our line of thunderstorms there. So there's Austin. So just going through town. Dogs is landing in the middle of that right now.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
AIX, I hope I said that name right. Thanks for a nice resub today. AI's been here for 3 months. Thank you for some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan, and thanks for helping me to keep the lights on. Welcome on in.
New recruit detected.
Czar Williams says
Welcome
they're
aboard,
going to Cape Town. They're doing it for, yeah, for flight hours, right? They're going to get some. That has got to be, that's a pretty good long haul. Let's see. The Poonal Android just did a follow. Welcome on in. Okay, this is going to be short. Let's get a little bit of the ILS stuff set up. So ILS is 110.95. Okay, inbound is 175. Minimums are 742 feet. The storm complex blew up. We came in from El Paso a few hours ago and passed north of it earlier today. So Shattermag, was that a real flight that were you on, or were you on a simulated flight? I mean, flying around these things, they do that all the time. Real flight, so Shattermag saw all of these clouds. Well, I'm not surprised that it did blow up. These kinds of things really do. Possible hard landings, absolutely. All right, I'm setting a very small number that's underneath the artificial horizon. It's our minimums for landing, and it's 742 feet. This is one of the hard things to do on this airplane is setting minimums. Almost done. We got 500. Minimums are 742 feet. Next flight is going to be into, we think we're going to go into Seattle. There is also a severe weather alert from the Storm Prediction Center for central Montana. So we'll look at that in just a second and see if we find that. Maybe Great Falls, Bozeman, or Billings. We're not sure. Over to Seattle is what we're planning on. So there's 730, 742 feet. Minimums are now set. Coming on over here. No, we don't want that. We want flights, airports, Austin, weather. Okay, thunderstorms in Austin right now. The winds are really bad. The altimeter is 3005. There we go. I wasn't paying attention to my climb. Minimums in the 737 are a bit of a nightmare. Yep. $3005. There we go. Continuous restart. Landing lights, taxi light, 10,000 foot cabin call. Let the flight attendants get up. Got those. Thanks, dogs. Okay, let's come over here. And we're looking good. That's right. It's really easy in the PMDG to hold a scroll like that. It really is. Okay, that looks good. Let's go ahead. We know what's going on. Let's see if there's anything that's popping for a Montana departure over to SeaTac. Okay, well, we've got to watch for Billings. Well, we got a little bit of action over here. So that popped up near Lewistown. Not much there. Let's see if there's anything. Bozeman's more entertaining. KBCN. At least as far as the airport's concerned. They've got thunderstorms too. Oh, Bozo looks good. So there's Bozeman. There's that one thing over Lewistown. That's Cutbank. Great Falls could be a little bit. Helena might be interesting for the departure too. Bozeman looks like it's clear. So maybe the thunderstorms around Helena might be nice. So Helena over to SeaTac. I think Alaska Horizon flies E-170s on that route. If you want to do that. Let's see, do we have anything over in Windsailor for Helena? KHLN, I believe. KHLN. Nothing there. So nothing over on flightsim.to. We hardly ever go there. But I guess if we want, let's do a quick thing and see if FS add-on compare has anything entertaining for us. Here's add-on compare. Green, the airports. We know we're coming into Seattle. KHLN, Helena. Okay, no. HLN. There's a VREF for New Haven. That's KHVN. MSFS. Helena Regional at Breen Corporation. Now, I don't think there's anything but default there. Well, default's not necessarily a bad thing. But Helena's probably got the more interesting weather at the moment. Great Falls is a little damp, but not bad. Bozeman's clear. Butte's clearing, so that's going to be gone soon. CTAF for Austin is 121.0. 121.0. Dog says Helena's okay for departure. It's an airport I don't think we've ever been to, so that's worth checking out. We are at final cruise, and we are about 30 miles from top of descent. So this one is a fast hop. Okay, on the Susie arrival, we want to be at 4,000 feet at Jedi. So 4,000 feet. Let's just dial that in and let the airplane take care of it for us. I'm just updating the next command based on what we're talking about here. Lofter Plays is here. Hi, Lofter. Welcome aboard. Lofter is in Atlanta, waiting to board a real-world flight. Happy landings, Lofter. I hope you're ready to go for a fun flight, and it should be a good one for you. And there is the next command is good. Lofter, can you tell us where you're going? Is it vacation or biz or? Always fun, yeah, when someone checks in from a real flight. And that looks good. All right, we're good to go there. Everything is set to go on in. Let's see. Lofter is going home to Oregon. Atlanta was a vacation for the weekend. Oh, okay. Did you get anything really good to eat in Atlanta? What was the best food on your vacation? Did you go to Vortex for a volcano burger? The place that puts something called atomic death sauce on their hamburgers and stuff. Okay, I'm a good 10 miles behind JSG Droid, so we got good separation on this flight. That is a good thing. Helena, Montana to SeaTac. Do I dare try the CRJ again? Green, yep, Susie 6 to ILS 36 right. Lofter, I didn't know there was the Vortex burger. You gotta, yeah, you gotta come back. The restaurant is called Vortex. The restaurant is called Vortex. And it's called the Vortex right here. This is it right now. I'll put a link in case you want to check it in. Hey, Beethoven, welcome aboard. So this is the Vortex Burger. All right, menus, food. And what we want to do is, let's see, signature burgers. Okay, so let's see, what do we have? We've got the Alpine, Black and Blue, Bypass, Four Horsemen. This is what it is. This is what you want. It's the Hell's Fury Burger. Okay, I'll put it all in. The Hell's Fury Burger has pepper jack cheese, atomic death sauce, habanero relish, and roasted jalapenos. Not for sissies. You know, kidding. Trip Taker, who comes into chat every now and then, has tried it before. And it's not to be trifled with. It can be scary. So there you go. That Lofter Place, if you're going to go back to Atlanta, there you go. Dogs is going to do the LVFR A320 on the next flight, so you can fly Alaska. Yes, I would say that's very spicy. I don't know, atomic death sauce or something like that. My guess is Anatoly would call that not great, but not terrible. You know, how many run can on that? 3.6 or something? And everything looks good. Seatbelts remain on. Let's just do that. This is a short flight. I need to do Volanta, don't I? Hang on a sec. There you go. Thank you for the reminder, Antmalt, thank you for reminding me to do Volanta. So let's see. To do this flight, altimeter, here we go. Landy says there might be a couple of updated liveries for you on the TO, dogs. Flightsim.to. I have long outgrown my need for wanting to eat things like, you know, the Atomic Death Sauce Burger. Kunal Android, thank you for coming in today. I hope I'm saying your name right a little bit. Welcome on in. Yeah, we do have an awful lot of just general fun. You know, yes, we talk about food. Somebody said earlier today that since coming into the spy flight, they've gained 10 pounds. I guess just from us yapping about food all the time. AH Mike, welcome aboard. Good to see you. We are going into Austin, where there's big bad thunderstorms right now. And altimeters checked and set. Vital Rabbit, the alignment issue, all is well in the max. So you can do the max maybe on the next flight and give it a shot. Make sure it works. I'm still wondering why it is that I wasn't able to get my CRJ working. That airplane is one of the airplanes that I never have a problem with. Okay, this all looks good. There's Susie. We're right on our descent. Diving into the clouds. This is probably the trailing edge of the thunderstorms. Dog says the Alaska liveries aren't compatible. Yeah, generally I'm going to just go and stick with... Generally I'll just stick with stuff that comes from the actual developer. It just seems to be a little bit simpler that way. See, Flight 1... The iFly, there may be an Alaska for this plane. Aero Mexico, Air Canada, Alaska. We could take the max. We could take the max on this flight and still fly for Alaska on this. It must be a C. Is it must be the CRJ? What happened? I was getting WASM errors. I was getting WASM errors with the CRJ. So let's see. How about let's add a B38M. Yeah, let's give it just one more shot. Because it should, you know, they normally do an E-Jet. The E-Jets don't work in Flight Sim 24, so.
Austin traffic, there is a Delta Airbus A319. We are 15 miles to the north of Austin at 7,900 coming in on the CZ for runway 18 right, high left approach, full stop landing, Austin.
Alaska is ASA. JSG Droid's mic sounds good. All right, which one do we want? How about November 806 AK? November 806 AK. This should be in pounds. And save it. Okay, we got this livery right here. So we could take this one as a drop back and punt. No ATC in Seattle yet. I probably would suggest just chilling. Uh-oh. Okay, we got an Alaska livery for our next flight. I think I'm a touch fast here, as usual in this. Up, rain started. Let's do 210. And speed's coming down. Lights. Continuous restart. Taxi light. Cabin call. It's going to be a bouncy landing. Let's do init ref. Let's do flaps 30, 139, so 145, I think. Sieber, welcome back in. Clarice is back in chat. Welcome aboard. And we are a touch high, so let's get vertical speed working for us here. And flaps 1. Auto brakes 3. Flaps 2. Looking good. Descend a little faster, please. There we go. That looks good. Austin traffic, there is a United A3 737 MAX getting ready to shoot the ILS for runway 18 right, and we're watching out for thunderstorms. Austin, and we're going over to CTAF 121.0. Austin Bergstrom traffic, there is a United 737 MAX joining the ILS for runway 18 right, Austin. Apocalypse, please, good evening. Clarice, this is a 737 MAX. Gonna need some speed brake. Looks like we were a touch high. Oh yeah, we're really high. We're really high. Let's get a little drag with the landing
traffic,
gear.
Delta 204, lining up runway 36 right at Bravo.
Austin traffic, Airbus A319 Delta. We are 5 mile final, short final, full stop landing, clearing the land, or off the land for 18 right. Austin.
We all get tongue-tied like that. Welcome to the world of flight simming.
Bergstrom traffic, American 820 is on a 5 mile.
I'm way too close.
Delta 204, heavy Austin traffic, holding short runway 36 right at Bravo. American 820, are you on final for 36 right?
Yeah, we're on a 4 mile final, American 820.
Alright, I think you got a traffic coming in on the opposite runway, or either the one to the, I think it's 18 left.
Roger, I have American 820.
Bergstrom traffic, there is United 441. We are going missed approach now for 18 right. Doing a missed approach. This one did not work. This was not working out. Epic Gaming is back in chat. Hi, Epic Gaming. And heading is now 250 degrees on the missed approach. 250. Now, let's see what's going on here. This is a little weird. Austin. I heard other airplanes. I don't see them.
Austin traffic, Delta 204, lining up runway 36 right at Bravo.
So they're doing 36s. Did Boston flip?
Exit the runway.
Did Boston flip around? Let's check digital ATIS. Austin, real world. Arrivals expect. They did. Austin flipped. It's 36 left and 36 right. They flipped the runways. We need to regroup. We need to regroup and plan for, how about 36 right? We need to do that. This is different. Okay, 36 right. Okay, let's go ahead. They flipped the runways since we took off, I think. Okay, that looks good.
Austin traffic, Delta 204, departing runway 36 right on the Lexi 4 departure northbound. Austin traffic.
Okay, that looks good. The new ILS is 110.5. 11050. Okay, that's good. Inbound is 355.
Delta Airbus A319.
355.
18 right. Taxi to the gate.
I know. I'm wondering if I screwed up that too, Landy, because it looked like I had that loaded in. 355. Okay, that looks really good. Let's turn left to a heading of 180. Okay, that looks good too. Now let's see what's going on over here. So there I am. What do we have here to the south? Nobody. Okay, that looks good. Let's see. What do we have? Austin is still 300. Oh, altimeter's 3003. So that's good too. All right. I think we're set up for the proper runway now. That's just fine. So it looked like, you're right, Landy, it looked like I have that loaded in here. I don't know what that was. Unless well, it probably wasn't paying attention. Well, we were also planning our next flight in the middle of this flight, so welcome to the Spy Flight. Epic Gaming is from Pakistan. Welcome in, Epic Gaming. You're studying airplanes. What's the purpose of flaps on the landing? It makes the airplane, the wing, more stable at slower airspeeds, for one. So you can fly slower, and your stall speed changes a bit. There's lots of little reasons there for flaps, but basically so we can fly slower, have more control over the airplane. How did I pass you, JSG Droid? Where is the indicator that shows the flaps? It's here on the, right here next to the engines on the 737 MAX. Okay, 180, we'll just kind of do our thing here. I thought we were on the 1.8s. Austin traffic, there is United 737 MAX, turning base, then final now for runway 36 right. Austin. 090 should be easy enough. Love a good north-south runway. It makes it easy to make your turn. Lofter Plays is looking at a real-world A350. You're enjoying the real-world views, aren't you? They are amazing-looking airplanes, aren't they? Do you, are you over at a place where you can look and see the gates and see where the A350 is going, Lofter? That's also another fun thing to think, oh, wow, that airplane's going over there. And descend and maintain, let's go to 3,000. Fly Foxtrot, the 737 MAX is a really cool airplane. Or the Winwing flight control unit. I think that I like the CRJ, it's fun, but I've had a problem with mine. So I don't know what to tell you about that. Clarice, right now we are in a United livery. You're still in an old, yeah, it's a totally, this is the 737 MAX. So this one, the indicators are going to be very different. Very, very different from the older 737s. Can't see a thing on the ground. Can't see a thing. Let's continue the descent now. There's 5 miles from the turn. Well, we haven't gone splat into the ground yet. And now let's make our turn. And this time we'll arm the approach. Get all the help we can with weather this nasty. They're using in the real world right now 3-6 right, but I got a 13 knot tailwind here. Okay, VAP again is going to be 140 at flaps 30. Posture check. Okay, this looks good. Let's make sure it snags both glide slope and localizer. There we go. Got the localizer. We're below the glide slope, so it should grab that for us too. We are 5-mile finals, starting our descent 138, 140 to land. How about 143? Let's add about 5 knots. More flaps. We're going to make this flaps 30. More flaps. That's probably good. On the descent. All right, now let's look for the airport. Lights are good. Continuous restart is good. Generally, I'll let the airplane... Okay, I got the ground off to the left. I don't have runway lights. Now, I don't have the ground off to the left. I've got some ground up front. I have no lights. That might be a light. Nope. Just a spot. Probably a trailer. I got a runway. Got the runway. Autopilot's off. Captain's got the airplane.
400. Approaching 300. Minimums. 200.
Wow, is it windy. Holy moly, we got blown
100.
Way off to the side there. Last minute turn to
50.
Final. And float, 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 float,
30.
float, float, float,
20.
float, float,
10.
float. Landing, reversers. Reversers are green. Austin traffic, the United 737 MAX is clear of runway 36 right, taxi to United land. Austin. And auto throttle off. Landing lights off. Strobes off. Continuous restart off. APU start. Everything's good over there. Whoa! Okay, that airplane is coming right at us over here. Maybe they're going the other way. Yeah, they're going the other way. Cool. All right, everything's good there. Nope, it's coming right. I don't know. Is it coming right at us? Let's see if we can get out of here. Yep, it's coming right at us. We're gonna die. Let's get off the taxiway. Holy moly, nose to nose. And they weren't stopping. They weren't stopping at all. Flying Foxtrot, are you here? Welcome back, or are you calling it a night? I think that's JSG Droid's A319 over there. That's JSG Droid's first flight, by the way, in the new JSG Droid system. Flaps up. This is a really cool airport we've had for a while too. There's been some nice Austin airports, but this one, as you can see, just looking ahead over there, the terminal is modeled very nicely. I even think they've got all the coffee shops and everything in the right spot for the airport, which is really neat. Let's see, El Nine Pelavida Ponzo, welcome aboard. Do planes, okay, so the way it works in Flight Sim is most of us all have
Austin
damage.
Ground, Southwest 3669, taking off, runway 18 left.
Hey, there's our plane that was about ready to plow into us. Now, we're on the VATSIM network. So technically, here on VATSIM, we are not supposed to plow into each other. We're not supposed to taxi into each other. We're supposed to, pretend that these planes are made out of metal and not pixels. So the rules are actually you don't plow into people. We are in an uncontrolled area. There is no ATC in the area right now. So it becomes a little bit more of a free-for-all. But we generally try to not plow into people. We generally try and fly correctly. So that's why I got out of that airplane's way as fast as I could. And there's JSG Droid's new airplane. That's probably pretty good right there. Parking brakes on. That looks really good. We'll come down here. Transponder can go off. Transponder is off. Engine generators. We'll flip over to the APU now. And engine 1 and engine 2. We're going to do a couple of fuel pumps off, but leave one on for the APU. Turn on the APU bleed and the cross bleed, and seatbelts can go off. Seatbelts are now off. Anti-collision light can go off too. It's kind of cloudy. Let's turn on the logo lights. Come over here to systems page, nose gear, Let's put shocks in place and an electrical system. And then we can come over and pushback helper will get us a jetway. And there we go. So generally, like I said, we do try not to run into people. We try not to run into people in flight sim. We also really try hard to avoid running into like buildings. On the other hand, like there's some airports that have airport traffic trucks, you know, the food truck and all of that. They just run all over the place. You can't avoid them. Most important though, El Nin, Pela Vida, one of the things to watch out for is when you're in flight sim and you're in Los Angeles, they have this VOR that is really tricky. And if you're taking off, the VOR station pops up right in front of you and you crash. No, I'm kidding about that one. Arch NDA is in chat right now, so I had to have a little bit of fun with that. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention on the departure, and so I ran into Arch NDA's VOR. Arch is an air traffic controller and does ATC in LA sometimes. And there was kind of an incident a long time ago. But the VOR station did get a nice coat of paint. And Arch is actually getting ready to go on a real world trip, and I think Arch is going to be here. Have you done this flight in the sim yet? You know, flown your flights that you're going to do in the real world? Really, really nice scenery. And congratulations to JSG Droid getting the computer going again. That was really cool. Let's disconnect from VATSIM. We're going to do Helena, Montana over to SeaTac, Seattle, for the VATSIM event. You're going to do them right before you depart. That's a good idea. Just beforehand. Shattermag, try... I don't know why that didn't work for you, Shattermag. You didn't... Oh, try exclamation point next. Sorry, Shattermag. Exclamation point next. There you go. There you go. All right, so the question is, do we take... I did get a livery for the 737 MAX to go over to SeaTac. We could give the CRJ one more try if we want to. They do fly, I think that they do fly the CRJ on this route, or used to. So we can give it one more shot and see if there's a problem. Tim J says, no, forget the CRJ. So we'll just take the 737. Why don't we do that? Let's see what we've got going on in the exciting world of VATSIM. Okay, we'll forget the CRJ. So Helena over to SeaTac. Well, no idea about Helena, but we can get the latest weather for SeaTac. I like the CRJ2. It's a nice challenge. On the other hand, it's a challenge, and this is my third flight, so sometimes start getting a little tired, and that's probably good that it doesn't work. Approach runways are going to be 34 left and 34 right. Okay, so 34 left and right is what they're doing. Tim J just got the latest information from Helena. So let's see. Departure runway is runway 9. Thanks, Tim J. There's the latest. Oh, you got that from Pilot Edge. Thank you. Okay, so we know that it's going to be runway 9 for this flight. And we're going to fly an Alaska flight from Helena over there. There should be a few thunderstorms between here and there. And so that should be good. Let's get the sim ready to go. Here comes the sim. Let's do a flight plan. So Sim Brief is our flight planner. If you're new to all this flight sim stuff, this is our big flight planner. It's part of Navigraph. Some parts of this are free, some aren't. It's really good. Create a new flight plan. ASA Alaska, Flight 441, KHLN Helena Regional. We're going to KSEA SeaTac. This is going to be a 737 MAX, just like the one we flew. So it's a 737 MAX 8. There is our route. We're going to do an Alaska. So that's going to be in pounds. Runway 9, runway 34 right is what SimBrief is giving us. Let's just do that. Coming on in, it should be relatively early in the VATSIM event. I'm going to board 15 minutes of extra VATSIM fuel. Don't think that we need an awful lot of taxi out fuel or anything like that. Everything else we can pretty much leave as default. Generate a flight. And here is our flight. Airtime is going to be about 1:28. We should be arriving at 0028 Zulu. That means the VATSIM event should be going full speed ahead. You will need a set of flight plans for your other monitor. I'm going to save that over there. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. And pre-file Alaska 441, 737 MAX, flight level 380, CB4 to Glacier over Mullen Pass. Okay, that looks really good. We're filed on VATSIM. Let's come over here and clear out some stuff because we're going to need to have our flight plans ready and take notes. We're not at Echo 12 anymore. And this is going to be, let's try this flight. And this is a B38M. Okay, that looks good. Notes are ready. Let's grab the big flight plan page. Here it is. We're going to fly at 38,000 feet. I need 13,000, almost 14,000 pounds of fuel for the flight. Mullen Pass is a nice pass in the wintertime. There's our flight plan. We will have 114 brave souls flying with us today. Let's see if we can't make it work. And I usually kind of like to try and not just click things quickly in the flight simulator. It can get tangled up. All right, I fly jets. This is the jet, but we're going to need an Alaska livery. And there is our Alaska livery. And this is the Honoring Those Who Serve livery. Oh, I didn't realize I was getting that one. Is this the one that I scheduled? Or did this just pop in? I was going for November 806 AK. This is the airplane. I didn't realize this was a special livery. Let's fly it. Let's fly this one. Save and go back. And save and go back. Hi, Tim Dog. Tim Dog, Helena, a KHLN to Seattle. We're going into a VATSIM event. No fear. There's no real scenery for Helena, Montana, so just default. KHLN, Helena Regional. And let the clouds update. Let's get Navigraph ready to go because we'll need this for our charts. All right, there, I think the terminal is up on the, yeah, the terminal's up on the north side. Let's see who's here. Just looking over at I don't see anybody's on the ground yet. Let's go ahead and grab gate 1. Gate 1 and start it. While we're waiting, let's get some charts stacked. Helena to Seattle. All right, taxi charts. We only need this one. Sid. This is the CB for departure. No initial climb clearance. And here we are at Helena Regional. It's default, but the airplane sure looks good. You can fly anything you want. You just have to follow the right rules. You just have to follow the rules. So, you know, there's some special rules for helicopters, and if you do that, you can fly them. You can do helicopters. Just letting the simulator settle down a little bit. While that's settling down, let's go get our Seattle. The arrival is Glazer 3. That's going to be via Mullen Pass to 3-4 left or right. 3-4 left. 3-4 right. Come over to taxi, airport, parking gates, and we're good. We got a stack of charts and we're all ready to go here. Come on in here. And there's our gates. Let's see if VATSIM will let us work. Tim Dog, just in time. Tim Dog, yeah, there were some storms at Austin and in Texas. We kind of missed it a little bit, but it was okay. There's also some storms bouncing around Montana too. That's why we're departing from here. Pyroblaster is back in chat. Hi, Pyroblaster. Okay, this is going to be, and this is a 737 MAX, and we're getting on VATSIM, and we're going to get on Volanta, and Auto ATC probably just gave me a squawk code. And Control C. Shift C, not Control C, Shift C. And if we look over here, looks like this jetway's a little messed up. This jetway's messed up. Why don't we just board with stairs? We'll just board with some stairs here. Let's see, we're going to need a CTAF frequency. KHLN, Helena. CTAF is 118.3. 118.3. You might need that. Okay, so let's come over here. Power. First things first, go to the system page, sim menu, panel style, general, and this should be in pounds. There we go, and that's good. Go back a page, go back another page, go to ground support. We need an electrical cart. Let's pop that in. Go page down one. And we're going to get forward air stairs and add those. So now we should have stairs. And now we've got stairs. So we need to go back a page and go to doors and open the left forward entry door. And the door's open. Passengers can get aboard. Okay. And all of that looks good. Let's come over here, get the flight plan ready to go. And let's turn the plane on. Same as before. So, battery. I think the band just ran out of music. Ground power. Emergency exit lights. Nav. No logo, it's still too bright. That looks good. Let's come up here. And we're going to do windshield heaters. A little panel background lighting so that the labels pop out a little bit better. Come up here and switch the IRS display to heading and status, and then left IRS to nav, right IRS to nav, and they will be aligned in 9 minutes. Clear the cautions, FMC. Navigation data is correct on this airplane. We are at KHLN, Helena, Montana. There's no way it's going to know the gate, so we'll just grab our GPS position and put those in the IRS boxes. And let's come on over here. I'm going to do a fuel pump and APU, so we have a little heating. Green says there is a tower here, and there is. Look at this. There's tower waiting for us. How cool. Somebody's being nice. Helena, information alpha. This is probably just like Tim J, what you got, right? So altimeter's 2999, winds 170 at 15, visual approaches in use, landing and departing runway 5917. VFR departures, contact ground, blah, blah, blah. 15 mile up to 4,000, read back all, hold short. There should be something along the lines that say, there should be something along that says bear and moose in vicinity of the airport. Dogs, that's all I found. I didn't find anything other than default. I didn't find any payware or freeware. Okay, all of this looks good. Route. We are in Helena, Montana, and request. Did I get that updated? Green, do I need to do that? I can do that. I don't know if I did that. In fact, I don't know if I did the title either. I'm probably guilty of slacking. Hey, it's my... Not updated yet. Okay. Here comes the flight plan. The flight plan is updated. Let's see. This is... okay, I magically have created a VATSIM event. We are flying on Sunday night ops into Seattle. We're going to call it Sunday night ops. What could possibly go wrong with that? I'll probably hear from one of the people at VATSIM. You're not allowed to just make up names. Okay, CB and Mullen Pass. Activate and execute. Cool. Let's go and get a clearance. Okay. Tower is 118.3. 118.3. Sunday night ops into Seattle would be a great movie. Meg Ryan. Which coincidentally is also our tower. Oh my gosh, look who's back. It's Hoot McAl. Hi Hoot McAl, welcome aboard. Good to see you again. I hope all is well with you. Thanks for coming by today. I have not tried FS Economy. Arch NDA was in chat, and I believe Arch used to do some FS Economy. You know, and I don't know if he's still live streaming much at all, but somebody else who was really into FS economy was John Fly. John Fly did a lot of FS economy. Uncle Jip, welcome aboard. Uncle is back in chat. Hi, Uncle. Welcome aboard. Back in the day, Arch did do FS economy. I'm sorry, that just seemed a little bit too much like balancing my checkbook. It was too much like balancing my checkbook, so I never kind of got into that. All right, everything's good to go here. Helena, Information Alpha. I believe we're at Gate 1. Helena Tower, good afternoon from Alaska 441, a 737 MAX at Gate 1. Information Alpha is aboard, requesting clearance over to Seattle.
Alaska 441, Helena Tower, good afternoon. You are cleared to the Seattle Tacoma International Airport due to CB4 departure, CB transition, and as filed, maintain 9,000. Expect level 380, 10 message departure. Departure is offline, squawk 6064.
Alaska 441 is going to Seattle via the CB4 departure, CB transition, then is filed. Our initial climb today is 9,000 feet, expecting flight level 380, 10 minutes after departure. Departure is out at the Pizza Parlor, and squawk is 6064 for Alaska 441.
Alaska 441, read back correct. Call for push and start, expect runway 9 for departure.
Call for push and start, now expecting runway 9 for departure for Alaska 441. Thanks. Tara Smith is back in chat over on YouTube. Hi, welcome back, Tara. Thank you for coming in, and we've got our nice Alaska 737 all ready to go. All right, let's go ahead and start finishing up a few things here.
Helena Tower, Alaska 820, information alpha.
All this looks good. We're going to do departure and arrival.
Alaska
Departure
820, Helena Tower,
is
good.
runway
Cleared
9,
Seattle Tacoma International
CB4
Airport.
departure, and
CB4 departure,
engage.
CB transition, and as filed, maintain 9,000.
Arrival,
Expect level 380,
I'm
10
expecting...
Departure is offline, squawk 0506.
What makes the most sense? We're coming into a VATSIM event. It's a 737. We're going to come up from the south to 34 right or left. I'm going to guess 34 left. I'm going to plan for that one.
9,000, then expect 380,
34 left, Glazer 3 via Mullen Pass.
For Alaska 820. Alaska 820, read back correct.
Okay, after Glazer, this puts us over the SeaTac VOR. Actually, no. It's going to be jets landing north. We exit Heather at 163 degrees. Sea-Dug, no. Sonder. I would guess Hipro, Jostin, one of those two. What do we have? Sea-Dug and Sonder? Nah, I don't think we're going to do either one of those. Those are out west of the airport. So no transition. I'm going to just go and plan on vectors. Vectors, Victor. Okay, legs. All of that looks good. That looks right. After Heather, we'll plan on Josta. And we got vectors in there. That looks good too. Okay, route and performance. So let's see, over here, it's flight level 380. So flight level 380. Wind is on the flight plan. And if you haven't seen this before, cruise winds and temperature deviation and all that other stuff, it's in the upper right-hand corner of the default flight plan. This is, I believe, kind of the closest thing to the default Lido style of flight plan. And average winds are right here on the right side. So 293 degrees at 46 knots. 293 at 46 knots. You know what that means? We're going to have the wind kind of in our face. Temperature deviation is plus 3 degrees. So that shouldn't be too deviating. Cost index is 30. reserves are going to be 4.6. And our zero fuel weight, oh, you have to have the 4 before the point, 4.6. There we go. That looks a little better. Zero fuel weight. Our zero fuel weight should be around 122,780 pounds. But before putting that in, we want the actual number. So the way you kind of get a load sheet is to come over here and go to the menu, performance and payload, and weight and balance. According to the flight plan, we are going to have 114 crazy people flying with us. 114 people. So there's our passenger load, and it even distributes them through the cabin for you, which is nice. Cargo is total cargo is 6.3, 6,300. Divide that by 2 is 3,150 pounds in the front. 3,150 pounds up front. In the back, 3,150. And now that's going to be our zero fuel weight. Zero fuel weight right now should be 127.9. Remember, we said the flight plan initial said 127.7, so we're a little bit heavier. Somebody probably put a bunch of, big bottles of booze in their carry-on or something like that from duty free, and so we're a little heavier. But you always want to get that final number, 127.9, and put that in here, 127.9. So the airplane knows exactly how heavy it's going to be. And we can now execute that page. Now let's put our fuel aboard. Fuel, block fuel, should be 13,899 pounds. 13,899. Taxi fuel, we're budgeted 315 pounds of fuel. And our trip fuel should be over to SeaTac 6667. This is the second number that I've had today for terms of fuel or something like that that's had 3 6s together. I'm getting a little bit worried. I'd be very afraid. We are somehow 5 tons over the planned weight. Well, like I said, somebody probably put a lot of, duty-free booze in their carry-on. That's why we're overweight. That stuff's heavy, right? Set the fuel. Set the payload. We are done with light, weight, and balance. Copy FMC data into performance. And that looks good. Well, there's no reason to get all imperial about it. I'm sorry. Haven't done the imperial joke in a long time, so I couldn't resist. The winds are 170 at 15. The temperature is 26 degrees, and be sure and put a C in that, or else it's going to be Fahrenheit. And the altimeter is 29.99. Or if we were in Germany, a triple negative. Takeoff, -2. Hey, the comedy is really kicking into high gear here. Flaps 5, air conditioning is on, anti-ice is off. Calculate. Hey, we can do a D-rate too. All right, D-rate -2 and 36 degrees. -2, so we're going to save a little fuel, little wear and tear on the engine, but use a little more runway. Takeoff, it's going to be flaps 5. Our center of gravity now is 21.0. 21.0. And our takeoff speeds 139, 140, and 144. 139, 140, and 144. Let's put 144 up here in our speed window. Tim J, did I use the wrong airframe? This was the only one I had. This was the only one I had to use for the max. Are all of my weights and balances off? Are we gonna like die? Go splat into the side of a mountain? Let's see, 144, so that looks good. We did get an initial climb clearance, and that was 9,000 feet. So 9,000 feet. That looks good. We got runway net for our departure. Not die, but yes, Tim J says our numbers are off. Okay, so runway 9 means the heading is 091 degrees. 091 for the departure. Well, for runway heading. Thing is after departure, 091 degrees, and on the CB departure, so we oh wow, look at this. So we get to make a nice turn, so turn right off the runway, continue your turn down to 247, and then come on out and direct CB. So I think instead of runway heading, I would rather bug that 274 degrees. I'm gonna bug that instead. I'd rather have that one. 274. That way I know that I'm on the turn. I'm on course for the turn. 274. Cool. iFly weights 99,360 pounds empty, and you seem to have used an airframe based on the default 38M, which is an empty weight of 96560. So there's 2,800 pounds difference. I only had one available in SimBrief for it, so I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Let's see, we should have the APU bleed and the packs on. The passengers say it's stuffy back in the cabin. So let's do that. Everything else is good to go up here. The altimeter for us is 2999. Set the altimeter. Altimeter, all that's good. Flight directors can go on. The one that you have available does not match the iFlight. Yep, I think that's the problem.
Subscriber confirmed.
So we got to find
granted,
a
agent.
better
Loyalty
SimBrief
noted.
profile for this airplane. I mean, it flies just fine, but I kind of like to have the numbers right. Fidelicor, bonsoir, and thank you for coming in today. Fidelicor just did a nice resub and has been here for 2 months. Thank you for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for being here for 2 months, and welcome aboard. Just turned on cabin, utilities, and everything else. That's really good. I'm going to go and flip the APU generators on now. Disconnecting ground power. And that looks good. Let's go to systems. Doors, I'm going to go ahead. Passengers are aboard. Close that front door. Go to ground support. Let's come over here and make sure that the ground power switch is off. I'm going to disconnect ground power, and they're going to pull chocks from the main wheels. Go to page 2 and disconnect the forward air stairs. Come back to page 1. And we're almost ready to go. Ground control, Major Tom, welcome aboard. There's an iFly profile.
incoming.
I didn't
More
find it,
agents
Tim
joining
Brief.
the spy flight.
I didn't find it. There was only one, and it was called default when I set up this airframe. Fidelicor, you won't be here long. You just came back from seeing Green Day live. Oh, really? Did you have a good time? Scotty Dahati is here. We just got a raid from Scotty Dahati. Hi, Scotty. Nishby, Kev, Mystics, and Speedbird Simulators. Welcome aboard. Hey, Scotty. Thanks for the nice resub. Monsters here, too. Welcome, welcome. We are just getting ready to head over to Seattle from Helena, Montana. We thought of taking off from Sim Caesar's favorite airport over in over in Kalispell, but there were more thunderstorms over here. 6064 is our squawk code. And Scotty Dahati is a subscriber here too. Scotty Dahati's been here for, holy moly, 35 months. Scotty, thank you so much for some really great support. You know, this is how I keep the lights on and I'm surviving. I couldn't do it without you. Thank you for some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Tyra Goth is in chat and it was part of the raid. Welcome in, Tyra Goth. Fidelicor said Green Day was an amazing band to see. I'll bet people that aren't members of that band are green with envy. And with that, a hype train has started thanks to Scotty Dahati's resub. Thank you so much for the great jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on. But more importantly, thank you for putting up with my really twisted sense of humor. Shall we get ready to go? Let's get pushback helper. Come on, that was a good green joke, wasn't it? Or was it so green that it made you not feel good? Parking brakes are on. I'm going to disconnect ground power. I'm going to disconnect the chocks. Let's connect the tug. Somebody was over at this gate. Maybe these people departed already.
Thanks.
Tyra Goth did a happy hype train support and 100 bits. Hey, thanks for some nice bits, Tyra Goth. Not great, not terrible. It was okay. I think Austin's flipped the runways on us, real world, and there was no ATC on the arrival. So we weren't in some really big, bad, ugly thunderstorms, but wasn't too bad. I think we're ready to go. Let's go. Seatbelts. Seatbelts are on. Cabin secured. I'm going to go anti-collision lights. Cabin call. Let them know we're getting ready to move the airplane. Let's come on over here, do our fuel pumps. And everything's good to go there. Last thing before you call, make sure they didn't update the EDDS. Information Alpha is still current. Helena Tower, hello again. Alaska 441's at stand 1 with Information Alpha requesting startup and pushback.
Alaska 441, push and sudden taxi. Foxtrot is approved, facing north.
Push on to Foxtrot approved. We will face north for Alaska 441. North.
In Alaska 441, that was face west.
Alaska 441, face west. Thank you so much. On to Foxtrot. Shall we go? Parking brakes are off. Chocks are pulled. And away we go. I think Iowa Scotsman came in with Scotty Dahati. Hi, Iowa Scotsman. Welcome aboard and a super duper happy Sunday. It's Sunday, right? All right, let's go ahead, slide over here. Packs off. Ground start engine number 1. Engine number 1 starts. There goes engine number 1 starting. Iowa Scotsman, hope you are doing well today. Thank you for coming in. Start a little turn. Engine's motoring. Bear says no happy Saturday. Oh, kidding. Yeah, my week is a little messed up here, so I really don't know. Uh-oh. And let's get fuel. Okay, that looks good. This didn't put us where we need to go.
Helena Tower, good day from Alaska 1959. We're over at the ramp with Alpha requesting IFR to SeaTac.
JSG Droid's second flight in the new, in JSG Droid's new computer.
For departure, DB transition, then as filed. Maintain 9,000. Expect level 380, 10 minutes after departure. Departure is offline. Clock 2303.
Alaska 1959 is cleared to the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport via the CV4 departure, CV4 transition.
Parking brakes,
our initial climb is 9,000.
release the tug,
we'll expect
and release that. Got a good start on engine number 2.
Offline and wheel squawk 2303.
Starting, no, engine 1 starting 2.
Alaska 1959, read back.
Engine number 2.
Expect runway 9er for departure.
Call for push and start. Expect runway 9er for Alaska 1959.
Good evening, Helmet Tower, Cessna 299er Foxtrot Romeo VFR, local Bondworth.
Cessna 299er Foxtrot
Waiting for it to be done with the motoring here.
Helmet Tower, Roger.
That's cooling or heating the engine as appropriate, so that the engine is, that everything in the engine's the same temperature, so it just kind of windmills around.
All right.
To get those temperatures
all I
good.
got was squawk VFR. Could you repeat the taxi instructions for me?
In November 299er Foxtrot Romeo, that is a combination.
And then once it takes off again, you can do fuel.
Foxtrot, cross runway 17, cross runway 23.
All right, squawk VFR, taxi runway 9er, via Foxtrot, cross runway 17, cross runway 23 for 299er Foxtrot Romeo.
Lovis has been a passenger on the 737 MAX a few times and says the startup sounds on this airplane, our simulated airplane, really good compared to the real airplane, which is neat. Menifee, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Oops. Forgot hydraulic pumps. Okay, let's get the bleeds on. Keep the passengers comfy. Get the generators flipped over. Generators are good. Isolation valve and APU bleed can go off. Up here, we're going to need to do the yaw dampers. And I usually like to put the engine generator monitor, engine electric monitor over to generator number 1. Packs are on auto, bleeds are off. Generators are on the engines, APU can go off. And all that's good up there. Let's do flaps 5 for takeoff. 1.
And November 299er
There's flaps 5.
Cessna 172.
Let's do
that is
anti-brakes
you're in a
to
Cessna 172.
RTO. Let's see. Menifee, good luck with MCO ground. How long do you think before that'll happen, Menifee? And Talking Donkey is here. This is Flight Sim 2024. We're in the new sim and it's really working good. Okay, all of this is clear. And flaps are looking good. I think we're ready for taxi. Nose light, cabin call, seats for takeoff.
Flyin Tower, good afternoon. Skyhawk 25385, VFR pilot board.
Foxtrot to 9.
25385.
And there's our type. Up, dogs
Roger.
and kids in the control tower.
5 on Alpha.
Dogs and kids, it sounds like. I heard barking.
09 via Alpha Cross 05 at Alpha.
I heard dogs barking. I mean real
And
dogs,
Skyhawk,
not dogs who's flying with us.
Cessna 172 Skyhawk.
Affirm 385.
Cessna 385, Roger.
Hello to tower. Hello again. Alaska 441 pushed and started from stand 1, facing west, ready for taxi.
Alaska 441, runway 9er, taxi via Foxtrot.
Runway 9 via Foxtrot, Alaska 441. Parking brakes off. Parking brakes are off. Let's take the throttle. We're going to run the throttles all the way up a little bit here to half. And if the airplane beeps at us, that means we're not properly set up for takeoff. It didn't beep, so we're good to go. When the airplane doesn't beep, life is good. VNAV, LNAV for takeoff. We've got our heading bug set, so that's good. Let's come on down here, Squawk Terra, just to get that taken care of. Airports, data, traffic. Everything looks good to go there. And we'll just hand fly this little loop-de-loop departure over Helena. I was only here once, interviewing for a job. There was this little burger place that I went to down in, there's a little downtown mall kind of a thing. It's maybe a block or two long with nice shops and nice lighting, and they make it look really good. And there was this little burger place in there that was really, really good. I didn't see much except after that, except the office of the people that I interviewed with, and spoiler alert, didn't get the job. They weren't very nice. So it was good.
Tower, Alaska,
all good. But the burger, that's the one thing I
I
remember from my trip to Helena, was this was a really, really good, burger. Wasn't a chain or anything.
Pushback on Foxtrot facing west approved for Alaska 1959.
I can't remember the name of it though. It was a long time ago.
Alaska 441. The winds are 170 at 15. Runway 9er, clear for takeoff.
Runway 9, clear for takeoff. Alaska 441, thanks. There's that Cessna. So we heard the Cessna Skyhawk. That's another pilot on VATSIM doing VFR stuff. So that airplane's doing VFR, which you can do. You just have to follow the VFR rules. And you can do that here on VATSIM. Runway 9. Landing lights. Good to go. Throttle's going up. Don't have to set the clock. This airplane will do it for you. And auto thrust. Auto thrust is set. Both engines are looking good. Steering with rudder pedals. You'll need a little right rudder for takeoff. 80 knots.
Foxtrot Romeo, runway 9er, line up in lane.
Line up away, runway 9er, 29er, Foxtrot.
Go. Rotate. Gear.
Alaska 441, you leave managed space to the east. Salt Lake Center is offline. Thank you for flying out again.
Over to Unicom for Alaska 441. Thanks for the nice clearance and the nice ATC. Have a great week. See you in Salt Lake.
Bank angle.
Well, it's going to be kind of tight here. Flaps. Flaps.
Cessna 9er, Foxtrot Romeo. On departure, make right, close traffic. Report downwind news village time. The wind R170 at 15. Runway 9 cleared for takeoff. Caution late turbulence for that recently departed airlock 737.
Alright, clear.
Okay, there's our heading. Roll it out. That bug worked out really good. Continue the climb. Flight level 380. And start our turn back over. This is definite multitasking. Set your altimeter, altitude, and that looks good. Out we go over here. Start the turn again. Climbing a little fast, but that's okay. We got mountains in here. And start to roll out a bit. Climbing a little fast. Almost done. Let's go ahead and sync up this heading bug here. And that's direct to. And let's get AP. AP is good. That's going to get us direct to our first waypoint. Okay, after takeoff items, flaps are up, landing gear is up, auto brakes are off. That looks good too. Direct to. So legs, CB, and execute. Direct CB and LNAV. Good to go over there. That looks great. Bring the map out a little bit. And look out the window and enjoy. Helena is not very big, but it is the capital here in Montana. They built it basically in the center of the state. We'll be going over the Continental Divide soon. So that will be, you know, you'll see the mountains getting a little bit taller. I do know that the mountains to the east of Bozeman still have some snow at the highest levels, but we might see a little bit of snow, and the snow models in Microsoft Flight Simulator are really very good. So we'll see how that works. And almost ready to make our turn at CB out to, I don't think we're going to Great Falls. We're not making a right turn. We continue on after CB here. I think this is going to take us over to Mullen Pass. Yeah, we're going to go basics just to the north of Missoula. Sim Caesar's favorite airport is this thing up here, Glacier Park. One of Sim Caesar's favorite airports. Yeah, no right turns on this one. But you can see all sorts of really, you know, the mountains get better on this one. Hopefully the clouds break up and we can see it. Henrique, welcome to you. This is the iFly 737 MAX. It is now working in Flight Sim 2024. And I will tell you, this was a lot of fun over in Flight Sim 2020. And it seems to be working pretty good for us in Flight Sim 2024. So good that I'm taking it into VATSIM events and not making a you know, total fool out of myself. Yeah, the Great Falls, that's not our departure. That's one transition that we're not going to be doing. And standard altimeter. And let's do a cabin call. Let the cabin crew get up. It's nice and smooth. They can start doing the Diet Coke stuff. I know the A350 WASM crashes are not fun. Come on, clouds, don't block the way. We want to see these mountains. They're really, really cool. And there's 20,000 feet over to VNAV. All that looks good. We got the transponder the way it needs to be. We're on 122.8. That's the way it needs to be. Up here, we passed 10,000 feet. Landing lights. Nose light. I turned off continuous. Fuel pumps are all on. Probes and strobes. No, position and strobes. Anti-collision lights are on. We don't need logo. Cabin is pressurizing. We're not killing our passengers. That is a plus. Always good to not do that. The route of our flight will take us, so up here, there's Missoula over there. Here is Flathead Lake, and there's the Sim Caesar Airport. We'll be going over Mullen Pass here, which is a pretty cool pass to drive over in the wintertime. We've got a waypoint of Gag over here, also known as Spokane. And then we'll come up over here for Jackson, dive south over Seattle, and there we go. And there's our nice little route there. I don't think we're going back, so we can get rid of the charts for the departure and just keep things a little bit cleaner here. Here comes 25,000 feet. Climb's going good. Let's see what awaits us on VATSIM. The current time is, it's 22:49 Zulu. That's real time. There is a nice freeware. I think we bought, somebody came in and they had a payware for Gag. But yeah, Tim Dog says there's a nice freeware too. Don't need that page. And let's see what's happening. Not much at SeaTac yet, but the VATSIM event that we're going into, I believe, starts in 10 minutes. So this is our event, and yep, starts at 2300 Zulu. So all of a sudden we should see things begin to light up in about 10 minutes. Apocalypse, please. I know the timing actually worked out decently on this one for once. It actually worked out decently for once. Hey, who closes their window? Almost like I'd been calculating it for days, but no, we basically figured it out on our last flight when I should have been paying attention to my runway change. But wasn't. So looks like about 40 miles to Missoula, to north of Missoula. How about seatbelts can go to auto? And everything looks pretty nice back here. If you're new to flight sim and you're wondering why aren't there people sitting in the seats, they actually are. So our flight plan, basically, for today's flight over to Seattle, we boarded 114 passengers on today's flight. As far as the simulator is concerned and all the math, 114 of these seats are full, and the cargo is full the way the flight plan said. The flight simulator does not draw people because it already has enough to draw. Now there are some things you can get so you could put people in there, and they don't look too bad. It used to be flight simulator people generally looked like axe murderers or zombies or something. Now it's not nearly as bad. But if you go and put that little option in, that means your computer's going to work even harder for all of the people that are in there. Now, it does look really pretty good, but if you've got an older system like I do, it's kind of, you know, not necessarily something you need. Plus, we've got everything we need. We've got a really nice galley. We've got, like, you know, all the stuff that we need here. We can even go into the lavatory. And, oh, it's nice and clean. That's good. So, hey, what are you looking at? Don't be looking at me while I'm in here. Jeez. Okay. Wash up here. Oh, got it. Nope. Definitely need to flush. Boy, that was a low-level flush, wasn't it? I didn't hear that one. Okay. Let's go ahead. There we go. Wash our hands there. Okay. Now we're done. Okay. Got all that taken care of. And we'll close the door. I didn't leave my hand towels out there. I put them in the trash. I'm a good person. There's our door. There's more galley stuff. And there we go. That's right. Flushing toilets. It's the important stuff in Flight Simulator that we care about. Flight level 330. Looking good there. Nothing to worry about here. Cabin's still pressurizing as we climb. Used to be the toilet was noisier. The toilet flushing, you could hear it. I wonder if they turned it down. Maybe they have quieter toilet flushes on the 737 MAX. One place that I've never had to sit on an airplane is in the seat right around a lavatory or something, which is actually really nice. I would just as soon not, because the walls are a little, you know, thin. And I'd just as soon not spend my flight listening to bathroom sounds. Looks like we're going to hit top of climb right about where we're supposed to. And there is the Missoula area. There's an airport over there. So there's the town. The mountains are over here. The mountain that does have a M on it is modeled. That's right. You have to have bathroom sounds on the playlist. It's a little bit fuzzy there just because, you know, we're a ways off. And then the airport, we should see that. Okay, there's the road up to the Flathead. I don't see. Oh, there it is. There's Missoula Airport right there in the middle. Tim J says if we divert to YYJ, there should be ATC coming online in 4 minutes and 15 seconds. So the event should be starting just as we start our descent, probably a little bit before. And here's our final cruising altitude. .7 miles to top of climb. Then we can check the fuel, make sure there's enough. Right now we have 11,100 pounds. Oh, tell me I'm wrong. Is it 2359? It says 2300 to 2 Zulu. It says 2300 even in the fine print too. ...247 miles to top of descent. We'll start our descent in at 2330. So 32 minutes to top of descent. We are currently 368 miles east of SeaTac, and we should be landing at 2351 Zulu with 7,800 pounds of fuel aboard. The flight plan says final reserve and alternate fuel are 4,668. So I did board some extra fuel, but we should have plenty of fuel to make it to Seattle and go around and divert and all the other things that can go wrong. Okay, the mountain with the letter M for University of Montana is right over there. I can't see it here, but that's the mountain because it's right by the interstate. And it's about halfway up, so there's a really big M there. And there's the airport right there. Is the Allenville it's the Allenville website. And everything's good here. We get to just sit and chill in our 737. We have nothing yet. Over here at SeaTac. Right now, SeaTac has 38 people that are coming into Seattle. So 38 people may have believed that there is going to be some ATC here. 5 people are departing, 5 people are just sitting on the ground. Let's see. Arrivals. We got an LAX flight coming in. We got a Spokane and a Helena flight. Here's an Anchorage flight. All of these before us. There's our flight there. So now all we got to do is wait and see if they actually come online. Sometimes we have been known to get stood up. Not all the time, but sometimes we get stood up. There's also rumors of thunderstorms here. So let's go and look outside real fast. Clouds are on the increase, 82 degrees. That's not so bad. Tim Dog says that ATC is popping online even as we speak. I was just going to look over and see what we've got here. So we got that. There's a severe storm up by Lewistown. Another one way up here. And something south by Red Lodge. I don't think it's going to affect us. We don't have to worry about thunderstorms today. We get to fly. We are about ready to enter. Oh my gosh, look at this. Holy moly, SeaTac did pop up, didn't they? Seattle Center is 120.3. 120.3. Let's be ready. Thanks, Tim J. Our first flight tomorrow is Copenhagen, vectors to Copenhagen. look and see if there's anything interesting for a departure. We'll try and find a departure for Vectors to Copenhagen tomorrow at 1800 Zulu. There is a VATSIM event on Friday that we're going to be doing, and it is a real-world ops event out of Amsterdam. And the real-world ops event is you go and select a real-world flight and fly it. And that's already on the schedule for next week. And CTAC 120.3. I guess we've got to do this. Yeah, Loviz found that and said look at it, and I thought it would,
contact,
yeah, I do have a slot. I do. I am currently planning to do Amsterdam to Hamburg. This will be a KLM flight. It's a 737-800. I was going to substitute a MAX. Saddle Center, very good afternoon from Alaska Flight 441, level at flight level 380, about 29 miles east of Mullen Pass.
Alaska 441, Seattle Center, radar contacts, welcome.
It is. That's an event you need to sign up for. And let me send you a link to that, okay? Here comes a link to sign up for this. Now, this is for Friday. So this event is for Friday. Uh-oh, that didn't work too well, did it? Let me try again. That's not good. Okay, this is my page. There, let's try this. Here comes a better link. This should work for you. There, try that one. So this is the event, and you can go and open the booking table. And you can see all sorts of places that you can book. Now, here's the deal. If you want to depart from Amsterdam, you look at the times over here. CTOT, calculated takeoff time, and the spy flight, we always depart around 1830, 1840 Zulu, right? My booking is right here, and you can see there's all sorts. Now, we're not going to the same place. We're going different places. So here's a flight that's open for Hanover Airport at 1845. So there's Hamburg, Hanover. You can go to Toulouse. Here's a Gardermoen departure. So all of these. Now, if you want to fly into Amsterdam, a lot of these are down here, but you're not going to get a departure time. You're going to get an arrival time. So if you want to, say, fly in from Hanover, this flight here, this Hanover to Amsterdam flight, is a KLM flight, and you are expected to get into Amsterdam at 1710 Zulu. So you've got to back time your flight, your departure, so that you land at approximately 1710 Zulu. It's a lot harder to fly into these events than to fly out of. You can do it, you just have to kind of mess with the clock a little bit. But we've got that one again.
Southwest 98, contact Seattle Center 135.45, good day.
We're going to be doing that one on Friday. I should probably save that website. These events are a lot of fun. I like them a lot. They're not too terribly, some of them are well attended, some of them aren't, but it really is a cool event to go to. And if you're trying to kind of level up your departure and arrival and flight planning skills, that's a really good thing to do. The AnyBuilds E190, I don't know Hawk Gaming. I don't have that one. I have the Flight Sim Studios, and they're not good in 2024 right now. At least not for me. I can't get a lot of the buttons to work in my sim. I mean, it looks good, but I can't do a lot with the airplane. I certainly can't fly it. Noodles, good morning, Noodles. Any builds? Yeah, I was a little surprised, Phuket, that they have Embraers. I think they do. Like I said, I'm just waiting. We're waiting for the Flight Sim Studios Embraers to make their way over. And hopefully they will.
Southwest 98, contact Seattle Center 135.45 today.
I think 13545 is next for us. Activision says he's talking about the virtual call. Oh, okay. I'm afraid I have not heard anything good about that. And I probably didn't say it right either. But Activision Flight, thank you for filling in the blank there. Captain Hawk Gaming, doing really good. Thank you for flying along today. Tim J posted departure airport suggestions tomorrow on Discord. Okay, Tim J, I will look for those. Where did you put those in suggestions? So we'll I'll go with one of yours. And let's see. Tim J said LZIB, LHBP,
Copy that, Alaska 964, we're at
Bergen and Dusseldorf.
Seattle.
Okay, remember we've got to make it in there in time.
International Airport, Spokane 7 departures.
I'll grab one of
maintain
those.
6,000, expect flight level 260.
Unless they're too long. Let me see how long they are and we'll go from there, okay?
4631.
Cleared to see Seattle Tacoma Airport via
Captain Hawk Gaming, are you using Bunker Monkey's flight strip? You're using that right now? How's it working for you, Captain Hawk?
Alaska 964, read that correct. Expect runway 21 departure, call for taxi, short of Alpha.
Do you have a preference for the event, Tim J? Which one you like?
Departure, cast for taxi.
Is there one you'd like to do?
Alaska 964.
Seattle Center, good evening, WestJet 1696, flight level 370.
WestJet 1696, Seattle Center, radar contact.
You would like to do the LZIB flight. Okay, that's about 400 miles. That's a really good one. So you'd like to depart out of Bratislava. You're not afraid that I'm going to be a real brat about that? A Bratislav about that? Maybe we could make brat dogs. Those probably aren't very good jokes for people don't like those, right? Bratislava LZIB. All right. I've got that in there, although I don't think I spelled it right. How about if we copy and paste it? Okay, that'll be our departure airport. I don't think that we've actually been to that one before.
WestJet 1696,
So
contact
that
Seattle
will be more of an
today.
adventure. Thank you.
135.45, we'll see you later for WestJet 1696.
Okay, don't care much for either one. I'm always a bit of a brat. Yep. I tried an add-on. You tried to add on Flight Strip and you got declined. I don't know about that part. I haven't tried much of it yet. I'm just kind of keeping my head going with the flights that I've got. So I don't know why that might be a problem, Captain Hawk Gaming. That's just going to be one of those questions that you'll have to ask Bunker Monkey on why that's a problem. 146 miles to top of descent. Now, one of the things is since we've never been to that airport, we do have a second here. So we can go to our favorite little thing to check, FS add-on compare, and see what might be available. So for Bratislava, LZIB, there is a airport from Aerosoft. There is a Contrail. It's about $17 US. So there's a Contrail here. Best price is $16 at Sim Market. I like Contrail. It really is a nice way to keep your stuff updated. Looks like it's a nicely done airport. So this might make our Monday a little bit more fun. I think that this is probably definitely worth thinking about. So I'll probably pick this one up from Contrail tomorrow. That's probably a good one. Let's come over here and get that back up. Loviz, Captain Whip and Loviz did LZIB to LIRF on Tuesday. You did? So you've done Bratislava too. Did you get that Payware Airport, Loviz? I was going to pick that up for our flight tomorrow. Bratislava to Copenhagen. Coming up on
Seattle Center, hello, Delta 877, flight 1360, 35 east of Mullen Pass.
Oh, there it is.
Delta 877, Seattle Center, radar contact, welcome. Seattle Center, good afternoon.
Hello, Spokane.
Alaska 1959, we're 28 miles inbound to the Mullen Pass VOR at 380.
Alaska 1959, Seattle Center, radar
Lovis
contact,
says I
welcome.
should check for that airport first. Okay. I thought that we hadn't been there yet, but we could do that and see if it's not in there already. Loviz, well, you probably got that for your flight with Captain Whip, right? I'll look and see. All right. LCIB. I do not have that over in the old community folder. LCIB. I do have it over in, I have one over here. I've got the freeware. It looks like I've got the MB Airport, the Mr. Fanuc. That was the other one. So I've got that one in there. Let's see what just happened. Somebody probably did a follow or something over on YouTube. That's what that is. You've had yours for over a year? Okay. Well, I will look and see if there's something that's automatically loaded that I bought earlier and check that. One of the things that we're going to do is we'll do Bratislava to Copenhagen, maybe another flight after Copenhagen, and then I was going to try something ridiculously different. I was going to switch a game and just pick up the game that I've got going right now with the bad guys in Metro 2033 Redux, and just play that a little bit for just sit back, chill out, almost like a just chatting kind of a thing. You don't have to play that game. You could play another one. Just a little bit of time to do that. It could be it's going to go, you know, crashing down like a Led Zeppelin. I don't know. They did a nice job of... They numbered the seats here in this airplane, too.
11 got a reroute for you. Patrick, copy.
Uh-oh.
Copy, U11.
Reroutes.
Via the Spokane 7 departure. Radar vectors via Fredo VOR. That's Echo Papa Hotel. That's
Nope, they didn't leave any
arrival.
pizza for us.
6,000. Expect 12,000. 10 minutes after departure. Departure is this frequency. Squawk 4673.
Oh, you have to open the toilet to hear the toilet flush.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Maintain 6,000. We'll expect 2010.
Electric Dreams just gifted a sub to Led Zeppelin. No kidding. Led Zeppelin's here on Twitch. Hey, Electric Dreams, that was nice of you. Thank you for doing that. Well, if it's the real Led Zeppelin, then they've got an interesting sub. Octavius, good evening. Actually, good morning. It's morning in Athens. I hope it is really nice in Athens right now, and the weather's good, and the food is better, and life is awesome in Greece. Sphinx Music wanted the pizza with a heart.
Alaska 964, runway 21, taxi via Alpha.
I have never been there, no. I have a really good online friend who taught me everything I know, well, most of everything I know about Airbuses.
When I got the first half of that second.
And she lives in Athens, and her mom flies for Aegean. I know, that's... If the world gets back to normal and I start to get a little bit of growth in my business, that is definitely on the the list of places that I want to go. One of the cool things that I learned about the Acropolis in Athens is they had they also, it wasn't just temples there, they also had schools, and they the beginnings of science were happening around there, and one of the very first places where they made a study of meteorology was in Athens, and they called it and so I called it like the very first weather center. So that would be fun to go and find out if any of that remains, and what they were studying and what they learned about weather. Octavius is adventure cycling right now. Green was in Athens 2 weeks ago for a Greek island cruise. I hope you had a great cruise. The islands there just look so amazing to go cruising around. Okay, let's see. We are 85 miles from top of descent. Time to get ready. My guess is we're going to expect the left runway. So 110.75. There we go. There is a VOR over here. Let's go ahead and just pop in the SeaTac VOR 116.8. That gives us 2 DMEs to the runway, separate DMEs, which is really nice. Inbound course is 344. 344. Minimums are 578 feet.
6296 Seattle Center. Did you already get a
578 feet.
Sounds good, thanks.
Actually, not this star, just down to 13 to 12.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Green did 3 days. You did get to tour the Acropolis too. One of my favorite little temples there. It's not very big. It's on the west corner, the southwest corner of the Acropolis. And it's small. It's like not really hanging off the side of the hill, but it's really close. And it is a very small temple to the Greek goddess Athena. And, you know, that's always just, you know, this little thing sitting right over there, I always thought that was really neat. So that was my favorite one that I've never seen in person. 579 feet is minimums. There we go, that's good. Octavia says it's early for summer. It's not overcrowded yet. Yeah, I would definitely want to book my, you know, opportunity to go and visit something like that. I would really book it at a time when you know, off season.
Seattle Center, hold low rate of contact, descend via the Mariner 8.
You got to see where the first ever modern Olympic Games were, really. Okay, looking good there. Octavius was ready to flight Aegean to Romania. You're going to rethink that after the airline. You know what? We don't know what happened with that. We just don't know what happened with that. And, you know, Aegean has been flying for a long time. They do a good job.
3778 Seattle Center.
They fly, you know, good airplanes. I don't think you should be worried about that. You know, if I had to book a flight and it would, you know, it included a 737 MAX, look, they fixed the software in this. They should have never had to have fixed that, and that's a problem I have with management at Boeing. But this airplane, they fixed it. It's a good airplane. So that's right, Octavius, you had Olympic back in the day. Okay, coming up on Temple, we should be getting a descent in just a bit. Top of descents in 59 miles for us. Over here, if they tell us to descend via... Okay, if they tell us to descend via the Glazer arrival, let's see... Jets landing north. Landing north. We cross Jackson at 16,000 feet and 270 knots.
Oscar 64, rate of contact out.
Noodles is flying on a 787 in December, a 13-hour flight.
Oscar 964, climb maintain flight level 260, clear direct Temple, and maintain best forward
Green
speed.
says we're going to get to descend via the Glazer. Thanks, Green, for the inside intel.
Climb maintain flight level 260, direct Temple for last 964.
Okay, we're set and ready to go. The only thing that we could do is put the SeaTac EDDS information alpha, it looks like.
Cargo X 6296, contact
3011 is the altimeter setting in Seattle. 3011. There we go. 3011, and the minimums are set too. Everything's good to go here. Probably do auto brakes 2 or 3 on this one. Nothing really else we could do with this. It'd be great if they had Navigraph charts integration, but there's a little bit, but not much. Atlas system has flown on Alaska Airlines all my life, and I'm still here. Yeah, back in the day when I, still had a life in the real world and stuff, I, flew United. Crisscrossed the United States more than a few times with United, so I'm still here. I think the biggest problem that I have is every now and then I kind of catch myself humming the humming Rhapsody in Blue. I'll do that. So
11, runway 21 from takeoff, fly runway heading.
kind of like the tulip logo too, but that's about it. JSG Droid, I totally forgot. Let's do
441, descend via the Glacier 3 arrival, landing north, Seattle altimeter 3011.
3011 on the altimeter. Descend now or on the Glacier arrival for a north landing, Alaska 441.
Flying 682, heavy contact.
Okay, let's do range rings. Yes, we do that there. Thanks for the reminder, JSG Droid. So the fix is KSEA, and we're expecting 34 left. Oh, you don't do the runway. You just do the airport. There we go. Okay, so inbound, or reciprocal in this case, is 164, 164, and 5 miles. And 10 miles. Actually, setting up our cute little range rings is so much easier in the Boeing than the Airbus.
Seattle, Alaska 39.
Okay, all that looks good. 32 miles out. We got our range rings. Thanks for the reminder to do that, JSG Droid. It really is a good thing to do, and I don't know why I keep forgetting it, because it is a good thing to do. Okay, let's go 16,000 feet for our initial at Jackson. 16,000 feet. Roper is back in chat. Hi, Roper. Thank you for coming in today. Just a question, where do you get the figures you're inputting from? Well, there's an awful lot of numbers, obviously. One of the first places that we get them is from the flight plan. And the flight plan is generated through something called SimBrief, which is a Navigraph flight planner. And this is the front page of SimBrief. I'm going to pop this into chat if you've never seen it, but this is where you can go and get a flight plan. And once you go and use get all that data in there, one of the things that you'll get out of there is an actual PDF of your flight plan. And this is my PDF of my flight plan, which looks an awful lot like the real world. They've tried to model it just like that. So it's going to give me fuel. Like we need 13,899 pounds of fuel. We're going to fly at flight level 380. This is a 32-page flight plan packet. You don't have to do the whole thing. You don't have to do the whole thing. Read the whole thing, but that's where all of that's a great place to start where all the information's going to be. Atlas was flying to SeaTac on a network, and you'd singing Ivor's Clam Nectar song. And you had a craving for Starbucks or something? 18 miles to top of descent. Actually, we can go and do jets landing north. We can actually let it go to 12,000. Let's let it do that. The airplane is going to work. There's 12,000. So on the arrival, we'll come in here. There's our airplane. Chug, 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 chug. Above 16,000 at Jackson, 250 knots. Below 14,000 at Woody, 12,000 at Heather. And that's our 12,000 at Heather. Let's just make sure that those waypoints are in. Legs.
Let's go 734, Seattle.
And Woody and Heather and 12,000, and then vectors to the ILS. So we're good to go there. 12 miles to top of descent. We're trying to get this, and the thing is, Roper, things have really gotten realistic with the flight sim. A lot of the numbers that we're using, you know, they are compatible with real world airplanes. We're flying at current real time. Outside the windows is real world weather that we're popping in. The airplanes themselves, this iFly 737 MAX is a fabulous airplane. It's really cool, and it works very, very well. And we have others. And the ATC that you're hearing on VATSIM is getting more and more realistic all the time. So we're getting really, really realistic here. TWA Raj, if they told me to descend, it depends on the airplane that you're in. They're all handled a little bit differently. So if they told me to expedite my descent,
Seattle Center, Alaska 305, hello.
the Airbus has the expedite button, so you can do it that way. If I had to do that in this airplane, I would probably take control away from VNAV, roll the engines back, throw out speed brakes, and go over to vertical speed and push the nose over that way and descend at about 3,000 feet per minute. Not exactly the nice way to do that, but there you go. Octavius has never traveled by airplane. Any advice? Well, first thing, you're in a really great place here right now. You're hanging out with Twitch live streamers, doing flight sim, and you're getting to see the inside of really neat airplanes. So we've got great airplanes, and you get to see what it's going to be like in the cabin. You can also watch some YouTube videos, you know, for people, you know, that put videos together first time as an airline passenger and that. You know, when you come in there, you know, you're going to get a seat number. Oh, there it is, row 26A. There's the window seat. Get to the airport a little earlier, you know, leave yourself plenty of time. You know, the airplane takes off on time unless there's an ATC delay. And if there are things that you are nervous about, don't be afraid to ask them. Don't be afraid to ask about it. You know, in you know, here in the spy flight, ask about stuff. There are people that will help you, and the only person that gets judged in this live stream is me. Nobody else is going to judge you about questions that you're concerned about. So, you know, that's a thing. You've been to many countries in your vehicle, but you've done international driving, but you haven't been in an airplane. It's a different experience. You know, the flight attendants, you know, when the seatbelt sign is on, put on your seatbelt. Actually, when you get on the airplane, put on your seatbelt and leave it on. Even if the seatbelt sign goes off. Leave your seatbelt on. Yeah, Noodles, this is not a bus. Airplanes don't wait like that. Do they still give first wings pilots to first-time flyers? I think they give them maybe to kids. I don't know if they do that for adults, but, you know. Gregorio says, spy hat. We're in a Boeing. The Boeing hat.
Yeah, 3778, contact Seattle Center 135.
We got a spy hat. Good idea. Thanks, Gregorio.
135.4.
All the luck we can get. You know, you're seeing one of the things that you're seeing right now, Octavius, as we fly along, is you're seeing all the detail that Twitch flight simmers are putting into our flight. And we're probably putting out about 60% of what the pilots do. Pilots are going to do another 30, 40, maybe even 50% of what we're doing. We're very lazy in what we do, and we're, you know, jumping down rabbit holes as well. So, you know, they're very professional. They work very hard to cross all the T's, dot all the I's, and do it right. Sparky says to hydrate, and Tim Dog just checked in. You know, I mentioned a few times, Octavius, there's a live streamer from Greece on Twitch who's a really good friend of mine named Royal Sibby. And Royal Sibby, her mom is an airline pilot. Sibby taught me everything that I know about Airbus. And if you happen to catch Sibby, I just sent a link to the Sibby show. If you happen to catch Sibby or something like that, you can ask her and she can tell you about Aegean Airlines.
305, reset transponder, squawk 5625.
Tim Dog is doing Seattle to Portland.
Alaska 305.
Sibby has taken some pretty long flights on Aegean too, so she can tell you a little bit about that.
Alaska 1959.
So maybe that'll help.
Pre-arrival landing north. So yeah, Seattle altimeter 3011.
Altimeter 3011, Seattle landing north and descend to your arrival. Alaska 259.
Air 213, same Mach number.
Mach number.
We're Mach decimal 80.
Alaska, or sorry, Air Canada 213, maintain.
Well,
Mach
it's such a short
0.76
flight,
in the
Tim
transition,
Dog.
maintain 250 knots.
Probably don't need to climb very high.
0.76 and 250 knots.
Affirm. Alaska 538, maintain maximum forward speed until top of descent.
Alaska forward speed until top of descent.
Some nice mountains here.
Alaska 964, descend via the Glacier 3 arrival, landing north of Seattle altimeter 3011.
I think that might be the Yakima Valley over there. Yeah, maybe not. We may have already passed that.
For Alaska 964?
We may have already passed that.
Roger that, Seattle landing north, sort of 3011 for Alaska 964.
Yeah, my guess is that maybe we passed it. So if you have apples in the U.S., chances are they went in because they have very, very big refrigerators. Huge buildings full of apples. One thing that scares you is radiation you get on an airplane. It's small, but yet. It is small. It's very small. There was a YouTuber a number of years ago. She's not YouTubing at all. I don't know what's happened to her. Named BioNerd. And BioNerd, I think BioNerd 26, she took her Gamma Scout on an airplane once to show this is how much radiation is there. It's not that much, okay? It's not 3.6 Roentgen. It's
441, contact Seattle approach 125.6. Happy Friday.
125.6 now for Alaska 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
You too.
125.6. And seriously, you know,
Seattle Center,
there
Alaska.
just is not that much. So that's not a thing. And plus, there's people that have had, you know, flying careers for literally decades. TWA Raj, startup procedures are a little, yeah, everybody's got a different choice here, if that's what you're asking. People who went to the moon got more radiation than we would get on an airplane. And last thing, since we're talking approach, Seattle EDDS, information alpha. Seattle approach, hi there from Alaska 441, about 20 miles from Jackson on the Glacier arrival with information alley.
Alaska 441, Seattle approach, good evening. Descend via Glacier 3. Expect vectors to mall visual 3-4 left.
Vectors to the visual for 3-4 left, continue on the Glacier arrival for your Alaska 441. Okay, this all looks good. We got the ILS.
Right, heading
3-4 left is our runway.
1 o'clock.
That's what we're expecting once we get onto the runway. So Juliet or Echo, come on back over here. And I think Alaska parks up here on the north side of the airport. So continue the descent. We're all good to go there. After Heather, we turn to a heading of 163 degrees. 163.
82, turn left, heading 070, vector is final.
Alright, Mach 070, final.
That's absolutely true, yeah. Real pilots do follow checklists because the checklist isn't going to forget stuff, and you set up the airplane in the proper, the proper way every single time. I mean, I get into trouble when I start going through things way too fast when I'm trying to catch up or something like that. I don't just slow down, follow the checklist, and there are, like the MD-11, I don't fly it very well. That's an airplane you need to set up correctly. Otherwise, it's going to get tangled up awfully quick. And 18,000 feet, altimeter. Altimeter checked and set. How about seatbelts? Passengers are in their seats. Cabin crew's putting stuff together. Sunjammer's calling it a night. Good night, Sunjammer. Thanks for being here. Have a great night. Catch you tomorrow.
360 on the Royal Airport should be at
We'll
your
see you
level.
next
17
time.
miles report set.
Have a wonderful evening. We will behave until we get back. 1800 Zulu tomorrow, Bratislava to Copenhagen. That's right, even the GA pilots, for all the sloppiness that you see out of me as a flight simmer, when I was a private pilot in a real airplane, the checklist, it was my bestest bud, and even though I could recite it from memory, I still followed the printed checklist every single time. I was just too worried that I was going to, that's just what you do. You follow the checklist. 119.9 is the checklist. Is the
Down to
tower.
5,000 and just confirm 34 left for Alaska 3977.
Okay, we're going to go there. Timergoth says goodnight to Sunjammer. Good night, Sunjammer. Had to buy new earbuds.
Roger, thanks.
Yeah, I try to be really careful with these. I like them a lot. I'd hate to have to replace them now, but I try to be really careful with them. Really careful with them. But it's so much better than headsets. I really do like my headsets for listening to music and stuff, but Octavius, there just is nothing that you could do about that part, one of the things is if you're worried that your bag is not going to fit, you can go to the airline's website and you can get the exact measurements of your bag and what it has to fit in before you even go to the airport. And so we're talking about, pre-planning and pre-preparation. And one of the things that you can do to minimize trouble at the airport is go to the airline's website, find out what the dimensions are for your bag, and just measure your bag. And chances are you're going to be just fine. As far as the other scary people, there's nothing you can do about that. We're all a little bit...
Heading 070 down to 4,000 for Alaska 3977.
I think we're all a little bit... I don't know what the word is. I understand what you're saying about dealing with nasty people out in the world. I've been kind of on my own, away from my career and everything for about over 7 years now. And I find that when it's time for me to go out and deal with the people that are scary and stuff like that, I get a little bit as well. So the only reason I'm mentioning that is just to let you know that you're not alone about that. A little over anxious, yes. A lot of people are. The world is a crazy place right now. So, but yeah, Octavius, pre-plan your flight. Make sure your bag is the proper size and you won't have anything to worry about. It standardizes the regulations. See, that makes it easier in the EU for that. It
Heading
really
360,
does,
we do have the field in sight for
So
Alaska
there's nothing to worry about there. And chances are,
3977 perfect.
you know, the people at the
341,
airline,
contact tower, 119,
they're
499,
good people
so long. Happy
too.
landing.
Clear visual
Heading
34
is
left, tower
163.
199, Alaska 3977, thanks.
163 is our next heading.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Somebody just
Stay
did something nice. It's Aviator Chill who followed the channel. Hi, Aviator Chill. Welcome aboard. Just coming in. Perfect timing. We're getting ready to do our final twists and turns for landing in Seattle.
Sorry, Glacier 2 arrival through flight
It's
level
cheaper
210.
for you to go to Italy or England than the
Before
Greek islands.
Good
Hey, hey,
evening,
Aviator
Glacier
Chill.
3
Welcome
arrival.
in.
Seattle's landing north. You can
We are
expect
definitely
small
feeling a
visuals
bit
from
chill
34
today.
left.
We'll expect the mall visual runway 34 left for Alaska 964.
Awesome Sunday evening, Aviator Chill. We had great flights today. Getting excited. Our next
Alaska 441, you can descend and maintain 7,000 now. Seattle altimeter 3011.
3011. Our descent is 7,000 feet for Alaska 441. But yeah, Aviator Chill, it's been a good day. Tomorrow we're going to do Bratislava to Copenhagen on Vectors to Copenhagen. That's a new airport for us. And we're also turning the chill music back on too.
New recruit detected.
It's Roken
Aboard,
just
Agent.
followed. Hey,
Stay
thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. Come on in. We're just getting ready to come on into SeaTac Airport. We got a nice Alaska Airlines airplane. And I think that's either SeaTac, there's SeaTac over there. That's Boeing Field over there. And to give you an idea, I think the Space Needle is back there. And here's our turn. Aviator Chill is going to do a long haul DFW to London Heathrow in the 777 Whiskey. Yeah, we got that one here now in Flight Sim 2024. It's pretty nice. Abu Delay, welcome to you. Thank you for coming by. And 11,000 feet. Cabin is secure. I'm at 250 knots according to the speed restriction. Let's come on over here. And there's our heading. And heading
Seattle
hold.
Departure, Alaska 839, climbing via passing 2,200.
Heading hold
Alaska
now.
839, Seattle departure radar, contact altitude checks climbing.
Good to
maintain
go.
15,000, you're clear direct Hoquiam.
Cyber Whiskey is back in chat. Welcome back, Cyber Whiskey. And I'm going to make it a flaps 30 landing. 138, we'll call it 142 or so. 10,000 feet landing lights. Landing lights are good. Taxi light. Cabin call. Seats for landing. Engine starts to continuous. Cyber Whiskey, thank you for coming by. Thanks for coming in and catching our landing. There's SeaTac right over there. Going down to 7,000 feet. I'm going to increase my rate of descent a little bit. Elite Gamer.
Welcome aboard.
HD. Did I get all those in? Hey, Elite Gamer. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. I think we need a little speed break here. I need to start slowing it down and get some flaps out here. There's 210 knots. I'm going to go for auto brakes 3. We're on the short runway. So auto brakes 3 is going to be good. Descent's pretty good. Speed brakes are out. Kind of hard to see. There they are. So there's the speed brakes on the wings. This looks good. Okay. Posture check. Let's get all comfy over here. Sauerkraut just...
New
hey,
recruit
thanks for the
detected.
follows. Welcome on
Welcome
in.
aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
And Samantha Fox is back in chat over on YouTube. Hi, Samantha. Thank you for coming by today. I hope you had a good weekend. It's a great weekend here. Perfect for sim flying. Tomorrow, Bratislava to Copenhagen. Maybe some other flight after that. And then try a little bit of the Metro Exodus game, because I'm not very smart. How about some flaps? Flaps 5. Flaps are 5. Speed's coming down to 210.
441, you can descend and maintain 5,000 now.
Now 5,000 for United 441. And let's come on down here and arm the speed brakes. So pull them back a little. And look over here, and the light says that they're armed. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are set. We're good to go there. Flaps 30 landing today. Descent is not so bad. Did I just say United 441? Yeah, it's getting to the end of the day. And the thing is, the end of the day, I start to get a little tired. My brain starts to get a little bit, you know, and that's just the call sign I've used for so long. Mount Rainier, I think. $5,000 feet, 210. This looks good.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay
Kimbo
sharp.
Slice has come in. Hi, Kimbo Slice. Welcome aboard. Thank you for your follow. Welcome, welcome. We are just coming in, wrapping up our third flight of the day. Had some great ATC earlier.
Turn right heading 07, correct, turn right heading 250, descend and maintain 4,000. On the rollout, your airport should be at your 2 o'clock, 1 to the left.
Right turn is going to be 270 degrees. We'll descend to 4,000 feet now. And on the rollout, we'll look for the airport. We actually did have the airport in sight as we passed for United Alaska 441.
Alaska 441, in that case, perfect. You're clear for the visual, runway 34 left. Contact tower 119.9 or so on.
Towers 0.9, clear for the visual after that, after the rollout, and that's going to be 34 left. Thanks for the nice ATC. Have a great week from Alaska 441.
Alaska 441, thank you, flight.
And there we go. Towers over there. Ground is 121.7. 121.7. And look over there. Got the airport just emerging under the wing. And let's just do our thing. Okay, we are at 210 knots. I've got flaps 5. That's looking pretty good. Over here, landing lights, taxi, continuous. Cabin is secure. Nothing to worry about there. We've got auto brakes armed, speed brakes. Speed brakes are armed, auto brakes are set. Life is good to go there. SeaTac Tower, hi there from Alaska 441. Have the airport in sight on a base leg for runway 34 left.
Alaska 441, Sail Tower, hello. Continue, I'll have landing clearance for you shortly.
Continue for Alaska 441. Assume we can go ahead and make that turn to final.
Alaska 441, yep, you can get yourself lined up on final and I'll have your clearance shortly. I just need to figure out something on the ground.
Nah, thank you so much. Turning to final, we'll wait for you, Alaska 441. If it has the top blown off, it's St. Helens. I thought it was more the side. Oh.
Alaska 441, how does runway 34 left feel for you?
Well, it's closer to the gate, and for the passengers that had a little bit too much booze, I'm sure they'd be happy.
Wait, you are on the visual for 34 left. What am I doing? Let's try this again. Alaska 441, wind 29010, runway 34 left, clear to land.
34 left, clear to land, Alaska 441. I thought they were going to kick us over to the right side. I thought we were going to get to go on the right side.
7383 Seattle Tower.
There's the airport right ahead. And we've got the ILS in there just to help us point us in the right direction and help us with the descent. Let's go to 180 flaps 10. Flaps are 10. And roll back over there. There we are, lined up on the runway. Now all of a sudden it's thinking about maybe it's time to watch that St. Helens movie or something today. Okay, exiting right after landing. We're good to go with that. That's our briefing there. And flaps 15. Go into flaps 30 and 140 to 145 to land. And looking good there. Last click of the map. We are 7 miles from the airport. $138, 142 or 3. How's the wind? It's not that bad. It's right down the runway. We could probably go right at 140. And there is glide slope. Start down about 700 feet per minute. That's not bad. 5 mile finals, 140 to land. Flaps. Flaps. That should be flaps 30. And the wind shifted just a little bit. We got blown off to the side, but not too bad. I think we could zoom over here and be just fine. Atlas system, there says a fun fact. There's a lot of weird stuff in Seattle. No, now come on. Ivar's restaurant chain and the Fremont Troll. Hey, yeah, a weird sense of humor in a restaurant is not unheard of. Sunny Goose, a little low.
Heavy holding short runway 34 right to Quebec.
Not that bad.
Singapore 27 Heavy, Seattle Tower, hello.
I mean, come on, Atlas system. We were looking at the menu for Airbrow the other day. They've got that really weird breakfast on the menu.
Correction, yeah, cross runway 34 right, 34 center clear for takeoff, Singapore 27 Heavy.
Wow, the wind shifted a little bit more. The wind shifted a little bit more. The Pappies are 4 red. Well, we feel like the Pappies are a little bit like Pirates of the Caribbean, and they're more like guidelines, not actual rules.
400. 300. Approaching minimum.
Auto throttles off.
Minimum.
Landing.
200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20.
Floating too much. I got to get on the ground.
10.
Reverse. So much for just getting to look out the window on this. That would have been nice, but we just started floating, floating, floating. And I needed to get on the ground.
441, welcome to Seattle on Zulu. Join Charlie. Hold short 34 center at Charlie.
Zulu will go over to Charlie and hold short of the center on Charlie for Alaska 441.
And Alaska 441, do you have assigned parking today?
Whatever's closest to that really good burger place.
Little Woody's. I'll get you over to November Gates.
Okay, Zulu Charlie.
Pride 11, Seattle Tower, hello.
Did the visual to PDX.
Alaska 441 on Charlie, cross 34 center, 34 right, contact ground, 0.7 on the other side.
0.7 on the other side here on Charlie. It's 16 center and 16 left. And thanks for some nice ATC. Have a great week. And ground. Astro Singularity, thank you for being here. Have a really great evening. We'll see you next time. I think I saw Meatball come into chat too. Welcome in, Meatball. Oh, that would be good. I did have that the other night. Spaghetti and meatballs would be good. Been really enjoying spaghetti types of things lately. That would be great.
Doing Seattle ground, runway 34 right, taxi via Bravo.
No absolutes. Now there is an awesome name here on Twitch. No absolutes. What a great name. Hey, thanks for coming in.
12, you can contact Seattle Tower 119.9 and have a good flight.
Roger, contact Seattle Tower.
SeaTac ground. Hi there, Alaska 441 is just crossing 16 left at Charlie.
Alaska 441, Seattle ground, taxi to the November gates via Charlie Bravo, holding short as you enter the north ramp at spot 55.
Holding short at spot 55, it's Charlie and Bravo down to the November gates for 441. I'm having troubles with my nose wheel tiller these days, so probably going to have to pull that out here. But we're kind of getting all over the place. Okay, there's Bravo, and we had a hold short spot, right?
Subscriber confirmed. Top
hey, look
clearance
who's back. It's Star Lugo. Star, thank you for a 58-month resub. Thank you for being here this long, Star. Welcome aboard, and thank you for coming by. We'll see you. Thank you for being in here, and thanks for a 58-month resub. JSG Droid, we got to figure that out. We got to see where JSG Droid is. But sure, we ought to wait. This is JSG Droid's first big event since getting the new computer online. JSG Droid just did that today. Strobes, AP, continuous start, APU on. Is JSG Droid on vectors? You know what happens. When JSG Droid gets on vectors, they always forget JSG Droid. Haven't been able to do much with the E-Jets until we get the, we're kind of waiting for them to get the new, the E-Jets working in 2024. JSG Droid got vectored over the airport for left traffic, 34 left visual. But they haven't forgotten JSG Droid yet, so that's the good part. I think they said this is like spot 11 maybe. I think it was spot 55. And those are the November gates right there. So I think we stop here. I may have forgotten, but we got a stop point, and I think we stop here.
You can contact Seattle Tower 119.9 and have a great flight.
Okay, we got a second to see if everything's clear. Lightning lights off, strobes are off, continuous start is off, taxi lights are on, APU is coming up, everything else is looking good there.
Alaska 441, you can contact Seattle Ramp 126.875.
126.875 for Alaska 441. Thanks. Have a great week. Wow, we've got ramp here today. They have really ramped up the ATC.
Seattle delivery. Delta 1128.
BV Hawk is working again tomorrow. You need a strong work.
1128 Seattle ramp push to the
I
green
hope
line,
not.
tail east.
Sorry you've got to work tomorrow, BV Hawk. I hope it's a fast shift. SeaTac ramp, hello there. Alaska 441 is on Bravo, holding short of, looks like stop point number 5.
Alaska 441, Seattle ramp, enter the ramp, spot 55, gate of your choice.
Spot 55, gates our choice for Alaska 441, thanks. So spot 55 is where we're okay to enter. That's on the north side, and that's right here. And gate of our choice, and this is the November side. And that burger place is in the north ramp now. JSG Droid is making the turn. Got somebody taking off over there. So it's the hold points are tough. You can see there's spot 55 right there. So it's right there. And then over here, there is look over on does ChartFox also have like parking gate charts? So we're here at spot 55 coming on in here to the north satellite. You'll usually see it in a good payware airport. You'll have those spots there, you know, places on the that you're supposed to stop and start. So maybe that helps. I don't know if they have parking gate charts over there, but that's it. Got a big Hawaiian over there. Somebody's getting ready to go out to Hawaii. So that's going to be what? If it's 5 hours to Hawaii from LA. If it's 5 hours there, it's got to be about 6 or so from SeaTac. How about if we go in right next to that Hawaiian?
JetBlue 198 Seattle ramp, hold your push. I got an aircraft coming in. I'm not sure where they're parking, but after they push, I'll get you up.
No problem, hold push 198.
And JetBlue 198, am I hot miking?
Taxi, lights are off.
Repeat that for 198.
Am I hot miking? Like, can you hear my, like after my transition, can you hear me talking?
No, negative.
That's
Sorry,
a nice Hawaiian over there.
No, you're all good.
That's probably a good parking place for a 737. And parking brakes going on. That looks good. I think we're done here.
Push the green line, tail north.
Let's do...
Push the green line, tail north for JetBlue.
Turn off the transponder. Transponder is off. That looks really good. Let's flip the generators over. Generators are over. And engine number 1 and engine number 2. Let's get the APU bleed and the isolation valve on. Turn off the hydraulic pumps. That's good. Hydraulic pumps are great. We'll leave one fuel pump on for the APU. Seatbelts can go off. Seatbelts are off. Anti-collision should have gone off before seatbelts. Now then, system page. And we're going to connect those chocks and electric ground power. And the best way to get a jetway with this airplane is to use pushback helper and call your jetway that way.
Delta 1128.
And that should open up your door.
66, contact ground 121.7.
And that'll work. We are waiting for JSG Droid to make an appearance. Let's see if we can spot JSG droid flying around on VATSIM radar. So there is Alaska 1959. Look at the loop-de-loop that Alaska 1959 did. Got, yeah, right over the airport. So what do you say? Let's come over to the drone cam and drone on out here and see if we can see an airplane land. It's a little bit loud. Let's see. Tim Dog says PDX is doing the mill visual approach. So if you want to do another flight, Tim Dog says to maybe take off from here and maybe from SeaTac and go down to Portland. That might be a nice flight for sure. Sparkies, I hope that answered your question about ChartFox. And that they do have that information for you there. All right, there's the runway. And there should be... Now you'll be able to tell because the airplane coming in is a droid, so there'll be a bad motivator. Let's see. Tim J, we're departing DFW twice this week. Cleared for landing 6 miles out. JSG droid there. Noodles, we've been working on that for a while and we haven't been having much luck. So that's just seems to be something with my switch over to Stream Elements. Hopefully something soon, but we're also trying to get sounds and stuff going and everything else. That's right, the airplane should be extra shiny because JSG Droid has a new computer. Generally, to try and spot a plane on landing, if you kind of go up and down a little, you're sometimes able to see it that way. That's right, no pressure right now. No pressure right now. Doesn't matter that JSG Droid's been building a new computer and is a little out of practice with this landing stuff. Then again, my landing was basically really sorry, so. I see a spot. Is that a piece of dirt over on the... Nope, that's a real airplane. Vinyl Rabbit, you got your flight under your belt with the 737 MAX. Really cool. Oh, you did it in VR. Really? That's pretty cool. Something about hydraulic pressure. Now, that was over on the other airplane, right? That was over in my A319, and it was the hydraulic PTU. I just turned the electric one on, and it seemed to be fine. JSG Droid did have the gear down. It's just Microsoft Flight Simulator doesn't draw gear for landing airplanes. I'd say that was a really good landing. Tim Dog did SeaTac to PDX. You didn't even know about the visual. It's almost as much fun as the river visual into DCA, really. Loviz was hoping for a taxiway landing. No, that's only when Harrison Ford is playing flight sim. Only when Harrison's doing flight simming. Makes the high speed in the middle. This is the one I was going for, but I went outside the airplanes. Just float, 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 float. JSG Droid had a -217. This event is going to be going on for a little bit longer. So if you want to do a little bit of flying here in the Seattle area, this is going to be nice. Tim J, yeah, this is the new studio. This is the new MK Studios. We just got it, and it's really nice. This is a good scenery. And, of course, we've got some nice big mountains out there. And we always like nice big mountains. I'd say we did it today. This was so much fun. The flight earlier today, I really enjoyed the VATSIM flight over in Europe. It was really nice. It was fun to have the little You know, my goofy little Air Berlin is always fun to fly. So that worked really, really good. And there goes JSG Droid with Mount Rainier in the background. So, tomorrow, Bratislav. It's an airport that I don't remember much about. I guess maybe we've been there at some point in time. So it's Bratislav to Copenhagen is our first flight tomorrow. We'll go and do that, maybe find one more, and then, assuming I haven't chickened out, try another game for just a couple of hours and see what kind of trouble we can get into there. Departure time is going to be 1800 Zulu, as it always is. Time for me to do a couple of big thank yous here. First of all, over on Twitch, there have been some incredibly generous gift subs lately, and I'm so grateful. Thank you for the incredible support this month. Really awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep all my lights on here at Spy HQ. Really could not do any of this without you, and thank you so much for the great support. Really appreciate all of that. I can't say thank you enough. Also, time for my daily shout out and thank you to the secret agents, special agents, and double O's over on Patreon. I'll have your first flight briefing all set and ready to go first thing tomorrow at, well, I don't really have a time on that, but first thing tomorrow morning we'll get that done and get ready to go there. In the meantime, it's time for me to say a big thank you for being here. I really do. Again, thank you so much for the really, as Jamie likes to say, calls it the legendary support. And it really is. But thank you so much for the awesome support and the great jet fuel in the flight plan. But most of all, these planes are so much fun. The airports are getting nice. The ATC is awesome. Thanks for being such great flight sim friends, flying along with me and making the adventure even more fun. It really is the best part of the day, you know, when it's time to get up and start planning the flight. And I'm so grateful to get to do this. Thank you. I hope you had a really good weekend this weekend. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Long haul pilot is not doing a long haul, Frankfurt to Portland. I don't know how far long haul pilot is into that. So why don't we go and say hi to long haul pilot? And I can't wait to say hi to you tomorrow. Departure time's our normal time, 1800 Zulu. In the meantime, as always, please stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies. Cheers, and from the heart, thanks for being here.